done so, please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you all for attending this meeting of the Council. Please note that the meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel, and I welcome members of the press and public who may be viewing this meeting remotely. Voting will be carried out in the same way as last time, by voting electronically when it's necessary to take a vote. If anyone is unable to give their vote electronically, they will have the opportunity to give it verbally. We will now move into the formal business of the meeting. Item 1. Can we take notice of convening the meeting is read?
Agreed, Mr.
Agreed.
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 Thank you. The next item is the minutes of the last meeting the Council held on the 18th of November 2020 regarding the which Council can note that an amended set of minutes has been circulated. Can we agree the minutes?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Marshall has her hand up.
Yes, Councillor Marshall.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to refer to page 19.
Right.
My vote was put down wrongly. The vote should have been against. And also page 21 on the substantive vote, the vote should have been for. Thank you.
Okay. Can you just give me a moment, Councillor Marshall? Can we have that amended, please? Yeah, thank you. We'll have that amended for you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ty.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Similar to me, and I did raise this previously, that there's a number of votes where I clearly did make the vote known using the electronic system, but it doesn't show in the minutes. Now, I don't know if it's a problem with the minutes that it hasn't been duplicated over, or if there's a problem with the electronic voting system.
Right.
What I was going to suggest, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, is if the Democratic Services can see who is in the meeting, but that person hasn't voted, if they could shout up to prompt to say this person, this person, this person, do you wish to vote? I think we did that in the early days, but I think that's one of the issues, that we don't know that our vote's being registered, as opposed to what you suggest, Mr. Mayor, by saying that can you vote, can you flag if your votes aren't being cast. At the moment, we actually don't know if our votes are received or not with that current electronic system using forms. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ty. I'll have a word with Democratic Services to make sure that that they will check to make sure that the vote's being cast as we have votes during the evening.
Mr. Mayor, we may have to check that for the next meeting so we can understand the procedure, because my understanding is that when a member votes, they should receive an acknowledgement to confirm their vote's been received. And it may be that the only way we can be absolutely sure whether a member's voted or not is literally to take a name-by-name roll call. But certainly we'll look into that for the next meeting and see if we can make sure the most efficient way of voting is followed. And perhaps in the meantime, our ICT colleagues could have a look at the system and see if they can give us any advice on that before the next vote's taken.
Okay, thank you. But we will try and make sure that everybody's votes registered in this meeting. So we'll see how we go. So the next item.
Mr. Mayor, we still need to agree the minutes.
Yes. Sorry. Thank you, Leader. Can we agree the minutes?
Mr. Mayor, no. Can we not? Because there's still a few of us with hands up.
Okay. Councillor Farthing, have you got something to say about the minutes, or are you just raising a point?
It's about the minutes, Mr. Mayor. I declared an interest, which is recorded in the minutes, but the fact that I left the meeting for the cabinet discussion is not recorded. I don't know if that's been corrected later today, because I've been in an online meeting all afternoon, but I just wanted to draw to the attention of members of the council that, they will know that I did leave and I was out for some time while the cabinet meeting was discussed.
Right, okay. Elaine, did you get that?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I believe we did actually minute that Councillor Farthing left the meeting, but I will double check that. I thought it was recorded, but we will check that.
Okay.
And also, Mr Mayor, any members who have issues with the voting, we'll make a note of them and record that in the minutes. But my understanding is what we've recorded is what the electronic voting system had noted, but clearly we'll note any comments that members are making at this time.
Okay. Is there any other comments regarding the minutes that anybody wants to make? Or no? Okay, so can we agree the minutes, please?
Agreed, Mr Mayor.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. The next item is declarations of interest. If any member has any declarations of interest, can they please indicate now by using the raised hand facility or switch on their camera if they do not have that facility? No. Okay, we'll move on. Item 4 is the announcements. I've got no announcements to make on this occasion. Item 5 is the apologies. Are there any apologies, please?
Yes, Mr Mayor, we have apologies from Councillors Butler and Kelly and Alderman Arnott, Alderman Greenfield and Alderman Tate.
Right. Is there any more that somebody wishes to bring to our attention?
Mr Mayor, can I raise that Councillor Samuels is struggling to get into the meeting?
Right. Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
So if she doesn't get in, she will need her apologies recording, but hopefully she will be able to join us.
Noted. Thank you, Councillor Checker. Any further apologies? So, if so, could members please indicate using the raised hand facility or switch on their camera if they do not have a facility? No. Item 6 is COVID-19. I would like to invite the leader to provide an update to Council on the situation with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic. Leader, would you like to update the Council, please?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Colleagues, I think as we approach the end of 2020, we had all hoped 2021 would feel somewhat different and that the 1st of January would bring us a sense of having a fresh start. The Pfizer vaccine has been approved, and just before the Christmas break, people in the over 80s age group, the most vulnerable and therefore highest priority group to protect, had started to receive the first of their 2 inoculations. So I know, largely due to the more infectious variant of the virus, that this 3rd national lockdown is not where any of us wanted to be, and for now the battle continues. And it is a battle, but we have proved over the past 10 months that when we all follow the rules and restrictions, we do drive transmission and infection rates down and bring COVID-19 under control. And as I've said in my previous updates to Council, I'm exceptionally proud of and hugely grateful for the efforts of teams right across this Council working alongside our partners to help the city, its residents, businesses and organisations through what are unprecedented times. In lockdowns 1, 2 and now 3, and during the tiered regional restrictions that occurred in between times, Council staff have worked tirelessly to save lives and safeguard livelihoods, and that includes paying out approximately £60 million worth of grants to businesses, with some £10 million being processed last week alone, which was a phenomenal feat to ensure that the latest tranche of government support reached eligible businesses as soon as possible. Continuing with vital and dedicated work in children's and adults' social care and making sure there are systems and support to safeguard our most vulnerable residents. Together for Children and Council teams providing the first-class support to our schools and their massively dedicated and innovative staff to continue caring for and educating the city's school children, both in school and in providing COVID-safe environments for vulnerable and key workers' children, and via online platforms to support learning at home. Continuing the community hub arrangements, working in partnership with our amazing voluntary and community sector to support over 1,000 residents across the city, many of whom are once again shielding. Coordinating the distribution of food parcels, arranging prescription collections, contacting residents who are clinically extremely vulnerable to ensure they have all the help and support they require, and providing a vital lifeline to our vulnerable residents to ensure they receive weekly contact and support to improve their mental health and well-being and to reduce social isolation. Our staff are tired, as are all key workers, but I see no dip whatsoever in their level of dedication to public service and to the city's people, and they will keep going with all the management support, advice and guidance we can possibly give for as long as it takes. And what is more remarkable is how at the same time as this outstanding response effort has been taking place, fantastic progress has been made with our social and economic regeneration plans for Sunderland. In November, you will recall I reported on a range of successes and achievements in 2020, including being named Smart City of the Year, the creation and rollout of our UK leading 5G infrastructure, the launch of the Riverside Sunderland Master Plan and the Housing Expo 2023, and starting to deliver our 5-year affordable housing programme, including the council becoming a landlord again. I'm now delighted to report that 2021 is also off to a flying start with the announcement just before New Year of our successful £25 million funding bid to the government's Future High Streets Fund, which will give a significant boost to the ongoing transformation of the city centre. And then 2 weeks ago, we had the announcement by City Fibre that they are going to invest £62 million in full fibre connectivity in Sunderland, creating access to next generation broadband throughout the city, bringing real benefits for businesses and residents, schools and children. This and all the other progress made, including our climate, low carbon and green economy ambitions, and the plans that the Deputy Leader will talk about in his update, is going to be vital to the city's recovery from this pandemic, and key to us continuing to deliver the city plan and opportunities for all our residents. Now there are more challenges for a lot of people in terms of their health, jobs and education. Improving health has always needed to be a whole city effort, and it's never been more important to us to really understand and embrace this, given the interlinked impacts COVID-19 has had and will continue to have on our city's residents. So a big thank you and well done to Councillor Jeff Walker, Cabinet Member for Healthy City, and Jerry Taylor, the Executive Director of Public Health and Joint Commissioning, and the team for hosting a really important multi-agency online event last week to begin the conversation on how we can genuinely make health and reducing health inequalities everyone's business as we move forward. Turning back to the present, if I may, the mutation of the virus does bring with it a number of unknowns, and scientists, of course, are working hard to analyse, understand and predict matters. But we all have a part to play, and our job at the moment, each and every one of us, is to stay at home where we can and follow the rules. You know, hands, face, space, stay home, protect the NHS, save lives. It must remain our mantra. Both the Pfizer and more recently approved Oxford AstraZeneca versions are being rolled out across the country, prioritising the most vulnerable people in our communities and those who work at the front line. Our colleagues in the NHS and all the other individuals and organisations supporting them are doing a magnificent job. And as you'll have seen in the media, the North East is ahead of the curve. Indeed, Sunderland was mentioned by name by the Prime Minister and Health Secretary for having gotten so many of our most vulnerable residents vaccinated very quickly. This is down to brilliant planning and absolute dedication. And I cannot praise or thank our colleagues and partners enough for mobilising such an effective, impressive, life-saving effort. We just need more doses of the vaccine, Prime Minister. So it does come as a huge disappointment that the government stands as to now half our supply of vaccines for a spell to allow other areas of the country to catch up. I think that's hugely wrong as a message about whether you value people in the north compared to the south. I wish the government had not taken that stance. I think it's entirely wrong, and I hope they get back to giving us as much vaccine as we can take. Don't get me wrong, this is a challenge like none of us have ever known, and nobody has the perfect blueprint on hand to get through it. But when we have proven we have the systems and capacity to protect some of the most vulnerable people in the country, it's very frustrating and worrying to not have the vaccine supplies to do it. So please rest assured, I and my fellow leaders across the region continue to lobby the government to help us get as much vaccine into as many arms as possible, and surely this is the best way to suppress the virus and enable the vaccination programme to play its part in helping the country get back to normal. As things stand at the moment, I have to stress that unfortunately infection rates are remaining high across the North East, and whilst they're coming down since the start of the year, they having been at an all-time high at that stage, they are not low enough. It's as simple as that. And the R number nationally is settling at and around 1, so we have not suppressed the virus far enough. We need to get it below 1 to see the virus receding and coming under control. So to support the impact of the vaccination rollout, I make no apologies for once again saying we absolutely must keep on doing all we can to follow the rules and guidelines. We must stay at home, only going out if absolutely necessary, in line with exemptions, including to work if working at home isn't possible, for essential groceries and supplies, and for necessary health reasons and appointments. Mixing with others is what allows the virus to spread. And as a consequence, sadly, of high infection rates, we do have more people in hospital with COVID-19 and more people needing intensive care. And my heart goes out to everyone suffering with or affected by this dreadful disease. I know it's incredibly difficult to be living and working in this way, and it's been a really long haul now. I'm acutely aware everyone is facing their own challenges and people's resilience is being tested to the limit. Those more vulnerable members of our community and those needing to shield our key and critical workers, our children and young people unable to go to school, and parents and carers having to juggle jobs and responsibilities at home, and our large numbers of businesses having to remain closed. So please let's all take responsibility for ourselves, our families and loved ones, and help ensure that fewer and fewer people in our city fall victim to COVID-19 in the coming months. And please everyone, as and when you're offered a vaccination, make the appointment to ensure you have that vital protection against catching COVID-19. I will end there, Mr. Mayor, with many thanks as ever for everyone across the city doing what they've done and continuing to do so. Let's keep it going in this hopefully final stretch and get our children and students back to their places of learning, our businesses back open, and families and friends safely reunited as soon as we possibly can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. In light of the report that the UK has reached a tragic milestone of more than 100,000 deaths, I would ask that Council to observe a moment's silence in recognition of those who've lost their lives. Before doing this, can I ask members if any members wish to speak? If so, will you please indicate via the raised hand function. Nobody got any wishes to speak? No? Okay, thanks. Is there anyone else who hasn't been able to use the raised hand function wishes to speak? If so, please switch on your camera and mic and indicate accordingly. Okay. Before we observe the moment's silence, can we note the update from the leader, please?
Noted.
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 Well, agreed, yep. Okay. Will you please join me in the moment's silence in recognition of all those who've lost their lives and families and friends who have been affected by this tragedy? I believe 739 of those deaths were in Sunderland, so our city has been affected. Can I also mention as well that today is Holocaust Memorial Day, so can we please observe some silence for that as well? Can I now ask you all to remain silent for a moment as a mark of respect, please? Okay, thank you, everybody. We now move on to item 7, the citywide approach to carbon reduction. I'd like to invite the Deputy Leader to present an update to the Council on the citywide approach to carbon reduction. Deputy Leader.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was having problems there trying to get the mute off the microphone.
No problem. I was willing to give you time to get on.
I'm pleased to update members regarding the ongoing progress being made in relation to the city's goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2030 and reducing our carbon emissions. As you know, following endorsement of at the 2030 Shadow Board, the city's Partnership Board in December, and earlier this month Cabinet endorsed the city's low carbon framework. This framework draws together key organisations to drive the city forward toward becoming a carbon neutral city with a citywide target of 2040. Accompanying this, a low carbon action plan has been developed for the council and was also approved by Cabinet earlier this month. This focuses specifically on the council's actions in relation to each of the 7 strategic priorities and sets out measures in a live document format as to how the council aims to ensure its operations become carbon neutral by 2030. In the meantime, all partners on the 2030 Shadow Board are currently preparing their own action plans which will set out what actions they will take to meet the strategic priorities of the low carbon framework. Again, these will be live documents. The Council's 2030 Task Group continues to work on initiatives to drive forward carbon reduction and to deliver against the Council's action plan. Examples of recent work include submitting an application to the Public Sector Decarbonisation Scheme to obtain grant funding of up to £2.3 million to install air source heat pumps, which will decarbonise heating and hot water in up to 12 operational properties across the council's portfolio. Continue to survey operational buildings and car parks to identify opportunities for solar PV installations where appropriate. The first 2 sites to be designed are expected to be the Farringdon Road new multi-storey car park, followed by St Mary's Way car park. Submitting a joint bid with Gen 2 for the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, for which we are currently awaiting the outcome from government. If successful, it could see £1.4 million invested in existing housing priorities. There's ongoing work with partners on the potential submission of a Green Homes Grant local authority delivery programme, and I hope to provide further updates to Council on that programme. Work with small, medium enterprises, SMEs, through the BEST and BREEZE projects, which are part funded through the European Regional Development Fund, to deliver energy efficiency measures. Projects have now engaged with over 70 SMEs, and support for the first 10 businesses has now been completed. A further 11 businesses are busy installing energy efficiency measures currently. Across the 21 businesses, a total of £176,000 has been allocated in grants to support energy efficiency, with 75 tonnes of carbon set to be saved each year as a result. Further, we're preparing a draft allocations and designation plan, which is now out to the public consultation as part of the Council's local plan. This plan will include policies to protect our natural environment and our green spaces, identify potential locations in the city for renewable energy technologies, and policies that protect sustainable transport routes for the metro and rail extensions. Creating a new strategic flood risk strategy as part of supporting evidence for the draft allocations and designation plan. This strategy seeks to direct new development away from areas at risk of flooding, as well as supporting sustainable drainage that can help absorb and store carbon. Publishing new car parking standards for consultation through the draft development management supplementary planning document. These standards seek to reduce the parking requirements for accessible locations, encouraging people to adopt active and low carbon modes of transport more often. There is ongoing work to convert all lighting within city parks to LED. 2 parks have now been identified in phase 1 at Roker Park and the Hetton Mini Park, and further surveys will be carried out on the remaining parks in the future. There's also a programme to either de-illuminate or convert road signs to LED, which will commence in 2021, and this work will be carried out in conjunction with the street lighting PFI contractor. We're also developing a new mobility travel hub on the Riverside Sunderland site for the autumn, initially for City Hall use, but it's proposed to expand this to wider public use over time. And finally, we're also looking at preparing a local cycling and walking plan, which will be consulted upon soon. I can also update you with regards to the city's annual carbon emissions. In the most recent figures released by the government, the city's carbon emissions have reduced overall, supported in part by the decarbonisation of the city's electricity supply. Sunderland's emissions for 2017 were estimated at 1.436 million tonnes, and the most recent figures for 2018 stand at 1.247 million tonnes, Mr. Mayor. I hope this provides a useful update on the work that is ongoing with the Council and with our partners, and I will continue to provide further updates to Council as appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Can we note the update from the Deputy Leader, please?
Noted.
Mr. Mayor.
Noted.
Agreed.
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 Okay. I believe somebody is asking.
Yeah, it's me, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor O'Brien, can you?
Yeah, my question is pretty simple. We have fantastic infrastructure for electric vehicles in the town. I think no one's doubting that. But the infrastructure for residential areas, especially areas that do not have drives, etc., is pretty poor. And given the fact that petrol and diesel cars won't be sold at new in 2030, and probably by the time they get round to the second-hand market, probably about 2036 or 2037, is that are we going to improve infrastructure for the poorest in society so they can access electric vehicles where they might not be able to afford a drive or, you know, a fancy house with electric outputs, etc.?
Councillor Stewart, Deputy Leader, would you like to come back on that? Or?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, in relation to provision for electric vehicles, clearly this council and its partners are on a journey, and we've got quite ambitious plans with regards to the use of electric vehicles, both as a council, but quite rightly the issue raised there about the ongoing drive for electrical vehicles in general use. And I think as we move forward with this plan, I'm quite sure we will see more initiatives with regards to how we can promote electrical vehicles and electric charging facilities as we move forward towards 2030. So rest assured the issue is on the agenda, and it's something that certainly I'm passionate about with regards to the use of electric vehicles as a key component in ensuring that we reduce our carbon footprint. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Just to confirm, can we note the update from the Deputy Leader?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. The next item is item 8, reception of petitions. Do any members have any petitions to present?
Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Stewart, Councillor McDonough.
Can you read those names out again, please, Elaine?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Stewart and Councillor McDonough.
Right, thank you. That's what I had. Okay, Councillor Armstrong, would you like to go ahead, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was to comment on the last item actually, but I'll just keep it brief.
Right.
Just to say thank you to the Deputy Leader for they've committed, the ruling party's committed to doing this feedback at every meeting, and they have done. But I think his figures reflect we've got a long way to go still when the carbon output has come down, but not a great deal, and we've got a long way to go. So respect for the update, but acknowledgement that we still have a lot of work to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Doyle, do you have a petition which you wish to speak to?
I do, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of myself and Councillor Julia Jackson, I'd like to present a petition signed by 1,732 residents of the city, and the petition reads as follows. Seaburn Tram Shelter, no change of use to Sunderland Council. We want Seaburn Tram Shelter to remain as it is in its original form and for its original purpose as a free shelter for visitors and residents. We want Sunderland Council to revoke their decision to lease this building and to commit to maintaining the building for future visitors and residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a petition of not quite the same number of residents, a current petition of 34 residents relating to a request to extend the 20-mile-an-hour zone into Dean Lane. And the petition reads as follows. We, the undersigned, request the proposed 20-mile-an-hour zone be extended to include Dean Lane. This road is one of the main travel routes for school children and pupils attending all the schools within the area. We request that the new 20-mile-an-hour zone be extended from the roundabout at the top of Dykelands Road south to the Bluebell traffic lights. This small extension will provide additional safety for those school children and pupils attending Fulwell Infants, Seaburn Dean Primary, Monkwearmouth Academy and Fulwell Junior School. The extension will make both the crossing of this busy road and their daily school journeys very much safer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor McDonough.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a petition signed by 92 local residents to reduce the speed limit in Allendale Road in Farringdon from its current speed down to 20 miles an hour.
Right, thank you, Councillor McDonough. Can we agree to refer these to the appropriate chief officer, everybody?
Agreed, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed.
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 Thank you. The next item is item 9, questions from the public. I will now read out these questions we have received, and I think there's about 15 of them, so if you bear with us. Okay, so the first question is from Sean Laws, a resident of Sunderland. The need for increases in basic street cleaning services in areas like Barmston is plain to see. But can the leader reassure me that he will work with Gen 2 where necessary to create and implement a strategy to support the hidden issues for those residents of Barmston? For example, better mental health provision for those afflicted by the cuts in services and a fall in living standards and less jobs and life opportunities. And I believe the response is going to come from the leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Mr. Laws for prior notice of his question. I can indeed provide the assurance in relation to working with Gen 2 to deliver a partnership approach to the issues which impact on their tenants and our residents. Whilst Gen 2 can obviously expand and offer their own comment, I can say they have worked closely with us in relation to our community COVID response. They are also supportive in delivering our community wealth agenda as one of our most prominent anchor institutions in the city, a key partner in the SARA project. I could go on, and I am familiar with the local issues in Barmston, and as I'm sure the questioner is aware, the issues he raises will affect many residents and communities across the city. This council will do all it can and work with every partner in the best interests of residents to address the issues and inequalities we are undoubtedly facing. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Question 2. This is a question from Jimmy Warren, who is also a resident of the city. Could the Leader please update residents on the current and future actions to be taken by Council to continue prioritising the safety of children as they come and go from school? It is believed that the VAS sign should be sited at these locations first, and I believe Councillor Farthing is going to answer this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Yep. I can see you, but I can't hear you.
No, I can't. Right. The council has established a programme of works for the installation of vehicle activated signs throughout the city. This was prepared in consultation with elected members and their constituents. They are targeted in areas where communities have raised speeding concerns and locations where there are high numbers of vulnerable road users present. These signs are rotated in general every 12 weeks to maximise their effectiveness and ensure the greatest coverage and subsequent benefit from this road safety measure. The council intend to expand the VAS programme when resources allow over the coming years, and in conjunction with members and communities, we'll be looking to establish other sites with school locations being a high priority. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farthing. The next one is the prevent agenda. And this is from a resident called Charles Bell. The prevent agenda requires detailed cooperation and intelligence between police and local authorities in order to stop people from being radicalised in the North East. Both the government and Northumbria Police identify that the biggest threat of the extreme is the far right. Can the leader state whether any servicing councillors and members of any organisations known to be on the Northumbria Police watch list And it's Deputy Leader. I believe you were going to answer this question.
You're there in the end, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Yes, can I first thank Charles for the question. Far-right extremism and the danger it brings to the democratic freedoms many of us hold dear is never far from the surface. You just need to dig a little on social media or the internet and you soon find individuals with an abhorrent hatred of those that are different, whether it be colour, race, religion, or our LGBT community. Sadly, over the years, Sunderland has seen more than its fair share of such extremism. And as leaders in our communities, we must all stand up and reject such hatred without hesitation. Your question was quite specific, relating to the Prevent agenda and membership of prescribed organisations, for which I can provide the following answer. The Council have dedicated resources working very closely with both Northumbria Police and the Home Office to identify potential victims and perpetrators of extreme radicalisation, encompassing the full spectrum of the political landscape in addition to those of a far-right persuasion. Membership of banned organisations is a criminal offence, and therefore the recording of such is a matter for the criminal justice system and not the local authority. Where members declare interests or make declarations, the local authority would assess these for any potential conflict of interest or illegality, but we do not specifically ask for membership of such groups to be declared for inclusion on the register of interests. The police watch list refers to individuals as well as organisations, and the local authority would not hold or retain information of a personal nature about the membership of such organisations unless invited to do so by the police as part of a strategic operational activity or prevent activities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Councillor Farthing, can I just ask you to switch your camera off, please?
According to my system, it is, Mr. Mayor.
Right. It was it not? Right. Sorry about that. You were just showing up on here, Councillor Farthing. Right. The next question is question 4. Before I read out this question, I wish to set out the context. This question relates to a complaint of a breach of the Members' Code of Conduct relating to the use of council resources. The complaint related to a letter sent to Councillor O'Brien, the letter that was sent by Councillor O'Brien to the residents of an estate using council letterheads, envelopes and postage through the franking system. The matter was determined by the subcommittee of the Council Standards Committee, and the circumstances and the outcome are summarised in a notice on the Council's website. There was no criminal investigation or proceedings. The matter concerned a breach of the Members' Code of Conduct. I will now proceed to read the question. So this is a question from Claire Bainbridge, who's a resident of the city. Can the leader of the council tell me and all the residents of Sunderland why Stephen O'Brien has not been asked to pay back the money he misused and stole from constituents across the city, including his own, after he was found guilty by 2 independent bodies? Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The hearing subcommittee of the Standards Committee who made the decision in relation to complaint 7-18 against Councillor O'Brien recommended that he reimburse the council for the resources that he used to send letters to the residents of Hastings Hill. The subcommittee, however, is not able to compel a member to take specific action. So he was asked to basically make a contribution to those costs. I will leave it to the residents of Hastings Hill and more broadly Sandhill Ward, therefore, to decide when they have the opportunity in the local elections whether Councillor O'Brien's decision to neither reimburse the council nor apologise to residents is appropriate behaviour from any councillor. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Question 5 is views on COVID vaccine. Can we put the question up, please? Is that right? Okay. Right, this is a question from Michael Walker, a resident of the City of Sunderland. Does the Leader of the Council feel it's appropriate for an elected member of the Council to publicly advocate distrust in the COVID vaccine at a time of rising cases and deaths? And this question is to be answered by Councillor Dr. Geoffrey Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Michael Walker for the question. We can all see the devastating impact the COVID-19 pandemic is having on all our local communities. There is no facet of our lives that has not been affected, Mr. Mayor. The pandemic and the measures that have been put in place to control the spread of the virus, save lives and protect the viability of our health and social care services have significant impact on the health and well-being of our residents and businesses. The burdens are greatest on those who are most vulnerable and least able to bear them. As the organisation that is responsible for protecting the local population, promoting sustainable local communities and neighbourhoods, and supporting the recovery and growth of the local economy, Sunderland City Council is committed to doing everything we can to reduce the spread of COVID-19, contain the virus, and protect Sunderland's people and places. Vaccines are a vital part of our fight against COVID-19. They save lives by training and preparing the body's natural defences, the immune system, to recognise and fight off the virus. We are fortunate to now have 3 COVID-19 vaccines that have been approved by the regulator for use in the UK. This means that these vaccines have been through a scientific review and have been deemed to be both safe and effective. The vaccines have been assessed as being over 90% effective, and when given 2 doses, and the 2 vaccines that are currently being used locally give very high levels of protection against severe disease. The NHS is currently offering the vaccine to people most at risk from COVID-19. Vaccination is the top priority for the Council in its response to the pandemic, and we are therefore urging everyone who is offered an appointment for the vaccine to take up that offer to protect themselves at those at greatest risk from COVID-19, Mr. Mayor. Whilst we recognise that everyone has the right to make their own personal decision about whether or not to have the vaccine, we expect all elected members to promote the role that the vaccines can play in protecting people and helping us lessen the impact of the pandemic when they are representing the Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dr. Geoffrey Walker. The next question is question 6, 7, 8 and 9. And they're about members' allowances, and these were asked by Richard Dunn, Sam Johnston, Simon Bishop, Amy June Humble, who are all residents of the city. The Independent Remuneration Panel report says that Councillor Miller asked panel members to consider increasing the basic allowance to the median level of neighbouring local authorities. He has since said Labour is against any increase to the basic allowance. Did he decide against the allowance of increase before or after he asked for it? The Labour leader previously said he did not support cuts to the allowances because he valued his councillors. He now presents as the chief architect of allowance cuts. This is because he lost 10 seats in the last impassionate defence of the previous allowances scheme and values electoral success more than his own councillors. It has been reported Sunderland councillors are proposing to award themselves a pay rise given the current climate and global pandemic, and constantly claiming the council isn't receiving enough funds from the government. How can this be justified? The money could be better used improving city roads, eyesores, and giving Northmoor Fire Station an access road. Surely the councils can't cry they're not getting enough money from the government and then try to award themselves a pay rise. The Independent Remuneration Panel report says one councillor wrote in to say councillors' allowances should be raised. Which councillor was it? And if not able to name the councillor, please advise the political party that they are a member of. And I believe this one is going to be answered by the leader. Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It is important to note that the recommendation taken to Cabinet earlier this month, and which is included on this council agenda, is from the independent, and I do stress independent, remuneration panel, which I'll refer to as the IRP. As is required for all councils, the IRP looks at the allowances in place, both the basic allowance, which is paid to all councillors to assist them in their work in the communities, and additional allowances paid to certain councillors with specific roles who are doing more work. And in Sunderland, those are known as special responsibility allowances. It is important to note that the I in IRP stands for independent. This is not a case of Sunderland councillors recommending the increase. It is an independent panel who did so. And I did not ask the independent remuneration panel to look at increasing allowances. I asked them to look at what the median allowance for councils of our size and in the North East was, to see what that would bring us to. I did ask them to look at our allowances, and I also asked them to look at the history of changes in allowances in Sunderland. There have been no increases in allowances in council allowances for the past 8 years. While staff have had small pay rises when austerity permitted, councillors have had no rise in allowances whatsoever. It should be noted that Sunderland has one of the lowest basic allowances in the region. Further, people should remember that this Labour group removed 14 special responsibility allowances from the budget last year, saving in the region of £140,000. And all of that money went to frontline service delivery, enabling us to basically do things like cut bulky waste collections so that we could say to residents, get it collected, it's only a tenner. However, as people will see from Cabinet on the 12th of January, Cabinet, myself very much included, did not support any increase at this time, given the financial pressures and challenges that the city's residents are facing due to the COVID-19 crisis. When I asked the independent remuneration panel to look at this process, it was 2019. There was no COVID crisis. The first year of that work was to look at special responsibility allowances, and we looked at that, and that is why we cut 14 allowances, saving, as I've said, over £140,000. The second element of the work that the independent panel was going to do was about the basic allowance, to see where it was in relation to like-minded councils. Now, since then, we have a COVID crisis, and it is entirely inappropriate to be looking at taking any sort of rise at this point in time, given that the residents of the city are taking such financial pressures because of that public health crisis. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. The next question is question 10, and it's from Rachel Lowe, who is resident of the city. Health support for Sunderland residents. With some NHS trusts reporting the suicide attempts have increased nearly 800% over the last 6 months, which include children as young as 9 attempting to take their lives due to increasing pressures surrounding the pandemic. Can you share what support or plans you will be putting in place to support the mental health of the residents of Sunderland? And Councillor Dr. Geoffrey Walker, I believe you're going to answer this one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A large-scale piece of work is currently in development to shape a mental health strategy for Sunderland, Mr. Mayor. The engagement phase has recently concluded, which has provided some very insightful information as to how we need services to look in the future, particularly as a result of the pandemic. We'll continue to work with key stakeholders on this and hope to have a citywide strategy in place by the spring, which is remarkable given the constraints of the environment and context in which we're working, Mr. Mayor. Existing service provision continues to be offered using varying methods of delivery, including face-to-face sessions, as well as telephone and video sessions, to ensure there are no barriers in place to prevent people accessing. A universal crisis team are in place 24/7 to provide assessment and home treatment for people experiencing mental health crisis. Contact details can be provided if required to the person who asked the question and anybody else who is interested. A range of additional measures have been put in place over the winter period to support mental health provision in the community. For example, voluntary organisations have introduced a listening ear, a service facilitated by qualified counsellors to give individuals the opportunity to talk their issues through, helping them to understand how they are feeling. We have also facilitated additional mental health support and training into the University of Sunderland for their students, with an aim to increase knowledge and understanding of mental health problems and how to support ourselves and themselves, as well as others, and develop knowledge and skills to speak with peers who are experiencing suicidal thoughts. The City, both the Council and the Clinical Commissioning Group, participate in the Regional and Local Suicide Prevention Group and also facilitate a Crisis Care Concordat to ensure that key partners across the City and region are cited on intelligence and are up to speed with any work taking place, either locally or nationally, to aid suicide prevention. We also commission dedicated sessions in Sunderland for suicide prevention, which is open to residents and workers within the city to provide skills and knowledge to support patients, friends, family and co-workers who may be experiencing suicidal thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Jeffrey Walker. The next question is question 11, and it's from Simon Eyre. Can we have the question up, please? Yeah. So, as I said, Simon Eyre, a resident of the city, and this is regarding the promenade at the seafront. There is considerable erosion that could potentially undermine the structure of the promenade next to the cat and dog steps at the seafront. How does this council ensure that the structural integrity of the promenade meets safety standards? And how long will it take for the above damage to be repaired? And I believe the leader's going to answer this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The coastline is inspected on an annual basis and any issues identified are prioritised in relation to their urgency and are repaired accordingly in relation to budget availability. If a significantly larger issue was identified, then a capital funding bid would be made in order to undertake the repairs identified. At the last inspection in February 2020, there were no structural issues identified as needing repair at the promenade next to the cat and dog steps. Officers from the council's flood and coastal team will be undertaking inspection of the area in question in the very near future when appropriate tide conditions prevail and allow. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Dr. Jeffrey Walker, can you turn your camera off, please, if you don't mind?
Apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, that's. Next question is question 12, and it's regarding public toilets at the seafront, and it's from a Malcolm Bond, who's a resident of the city. This seafront provides an invaluable resource for residents, especially those with disabilities. It's reassuring that the WC and hand washing facilities are now available during COVID. However, it's unfortunate these facilities close by 4 p.m. Can the council advise if an equality impact assessment was carried out before closing and then reopening these facilities to the present hours? And does the council plan to extend the opening hours as the evenings become lighter? Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The opening and closing time for public conveniences are in winter, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m, and that's from December through to March. And in spring and the summer, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m, which is April to November. During lockdown, we had daily vandalism and antisocial behaviour along the seafront. The police were involved and confirmed as it was dark early, it was attracting antisocial behaviour. The police advice was that we lock the toilets earlier. Therefore, for an interim period, the toilets were locked at 4 p.m. to see if this had an impact on the vandalism problem. The early closure has seen a marked reduction in problems with vandalism, and the toilets are due to return to a 6 p.m. closure on the 1st of February. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Reader. The next question is question 13, and it's regarding glyphosate-based weed killers. And it's asked by Richard Bradley, a resident of the city. At the last council meeting, Councillor Miller stated that the use of glyphosate-based weed killers was limited to defined locations where it was deemed appropriate to do so. However, in a Freedom of Information request, it failed to produce any such details. Will the council publish its glyphosate guidelines on the website, or just agree now to phase out this toxic chemical? And I believe this is Councillor Louise Farthing who's going to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to give thanks to Richard Bradley for his question. And Councillor Miller's asked me to answer this because he knows that I'm a particular anti-glyphosate campaigner. And so the answer to the question is, at present, we do use glyphosate. So do most other authorities, as this is recognised to be the most cost-effective and safest product to use, complying with both international and European legislation. If there was any doubt over its safety, then we would not be allowed to use it. We do try to limit its use, as we do with any type of chemical, for environmental reasons, and I will ask officers to review the website information and guidelines. Having said this, we do use it. I can confirm that we are actively looking at alternatives to chemical treatment, and will use a range of alternatives over the coming year to test their effectiveness, which, Mr. Mayor, I think is very good news, and I applaud that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. The next question is a question to the Leader of the Council, and it's from it's question 14, funding for child and adult support services. And it's from June Bradley, a resident of the city. The economic consequences of the pandemic will be felt most by the most vulnerable sections of society, and we all know we cannot trust the Tory government to fund the support needed. Will the council now show their support by ring-fencing children and adult support services from any cuts in the forthcoming budget? And I believe this is being replied by Councillor Paul Stewart, Deputy Leader.
Thank you there, Mr. Mayor. Okay, and thanks to June for the question. June, your question highlights the broader issue about the sustainability of council finances overall and the approach that the Conservative government has taken to funding our vital services. Over the past 10 years, we've seen a significant reduction in government funding for local authorities. Metropolitan district councils like Sunderland have seen the biggest reduction in funding, with more than 1/3 of our core spending power being reduced in real terms. Within that grouping, I'm afraid that Sunderland has had an even bigger than average cut, leaving us with a funding gap of over £315 million a year. That's per year, Mr. Mayor, and over £2 billion in total since 2010. Each time I remind myself of these figures, remind myself of the funding that has been robbed from this city by successful Tory and Liberal governments, I try to imagine what we could do with just a fraction of that funding being restored to this council to improve the lives of the residents in our local communities. Sadly, imagination returns quickly to brutal reality, and a council that, at a time of having reduced resources overall, is also told by government that we should try and fill the gap by raising taxes locally. To put this in context, over time, in 2016, 33% of our core spending power came from council tax. Next year, based on the government changes to funding, this is likely to be over 42%. What I can say, however, is that despite these incredibly difficult circumstances, we have managed to make sure we continue to deliver high quality services and invest in our city in a financially sustainable way. That children and adult services continue to remain a high priority for this council, but within a backdrop of required to use financial reserves next year just to balance the books. So to conclude, it has not been at all easy and we have had to make difficult decisions. But in relation to the point on the importance of children's services and adult social care, though I cannot give an absolute guarantee that you're asking, I can confirm that the proportion of our net spend on these vital services has increased in recent years. So the commitment I can genuinely give to you, June, is that these services have been and will continue to be a key priority for myself and the Labour group. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. The final question is regarding climate emergency, and it's been asked by Gary Ogle, a resident of the city. Sunderland City Council have taken the first steps towards the actions needed to address the climate emergency without the firm intergovernmental targets. And it will not be enough, and COP21 is set up to fail with this. Will the council write to the government on behalf of the people of Sunderland and tell them that we need a decisive action now? And I believe the leader's going to answer this. Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The council recognises the importance of the climate emergency and has worked with partners across the city to develop the low carbon framework, which was adopted by the Sunderland Partnership in December, as well as to develop its own city council action plan to underpin the framework, which was adopted by Cabinet in January. The council recognises both the need for intergovernmental action on this global challenge, as well as the need for government support and intervention to enable us to address the scale of challenges associated with climate change and the reduction of carbon emissions significantly. The council will seek to work actively with government to ensure that our ambitions in relation to carbon reduction across the city can be met, and that we can play a key role in helping the government to achieve its net zero targets. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. And that is the end of questions by the public to the council. Item 10 is the report of Cabinet. I now call upon the Leader to move the approval and adoption of the report of Cabinet. Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I so move.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Second the report, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right to speak.
Okay. Leader, if you would like to
speak.
Thank
you very much, Mr.
Report,
Mayor.
Yep.
The Cabinet report only has 4 items on it. Our capital programme planning 2021 through to 2025, and our capital strategy, our council tax base for next year, our local council tax support scheme, and the report of the independent remuneration panel. It's everything's laid out. I'll wait to see if there's any comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. If any member wishes to speak, please indicate by using the raised hand function and state whether you have an amendment, a comment or a question.
Councillor Hodgson, could you state whether it's an amendment, comment or question, please?
Yes, thank you, Elaine. Good evening, Mayor Sunderland. I have a comment and I would like to request a recorded vote on item 1, please. And I've also got a comment on item 4.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Michael Dixon.
Thank you, Elaine and Chair. I would like very much to ask a question relating to extract from the capital programme. Would that be possible? It's not the first 4 items, but it comes later.
Anybody else?
Councillor Mullen.
A question on item 4, please, Elaine.
Thank you. No one else has indicated, Mr. Mayor. So that is Councillor Hodson on the first item, and Councillor Hodson and Mullen on item 4, and Councillor Dixon also has a question.
Okay. Before we go on, can I just ask if there's anyone else who hasn't been able to use the raised hand function who wishes to speak? Okay, Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. Would you like me to speak on both item 1 and 2, one after the other, or take one at a time?
Just one at a time, please, Councillor Hodson.
Righto, I'll go for on item 1 first. I'd like to say that my group will be voting against this item. I think we have to, really, because we have consistently objected to and voted against a number of key aspects of the existing capital programme and the planning forward for it, including, for example, the public sector hub, the strategic transport corridor, the manufacturing park projects, as well as what we felt was the neglect of Washington in favour of capital improvements in Sunderland. So for this reason, we cannot really support the report in its entirety, and we have to vote against it. We're also concerned about the financial arrangements that have recently come out about the building of the new City Hall and the potential liabilities this leaves the council and its taxpayers to cover over the next 35 years plus. There are, of course, some aspects of the plan we support. We're really pleased about the improvements in digital infrastructure and the council's plans for the future on that. We also want to see good quality housing, investment in the city centre, and want to see more people living in the city centre. That is great that that's in here, and developing a proper cultural strategy for the city is long overdue. So there is good news in here, but naturally we'll also be providing our own alternative budget and capital proposals come the next budget meeting. One specific point, item 3.2.2 on page 43. We have raised in previous meetings that we are concerned about the way the existing scrutiny function works at Sunderland, directed as it is by the Labour Party, the majority group, and we don't feel that it's fit for purpose as a result. We think, as the Liberal Democrat group, that this undermines accountability and public confidence in the council, and once again we would call on the majority group to adopt best practice recommended by government and ensure that scrutiny is opposition-led, or at the very least, chairpersons are elected by blind ballot. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Was there anything else, Councillor Hodson, or was that everything?
That's it on item 1.
Okay.
And as I say, I'd like to move that it's put to that item 1 of the report is put to a vote.
Right. Can I come back to that? Can you go ahead on item 4, please?
Certainly, thank you. Yes, so obviously regarding the Independent Remuneration Panel's report, we are glad to hear that the majority group will be rejecting a proposed increase. We, of course, agree with that. We don't think in the circumstances raising council allowances will go down very well with the public at all. But we aren't particularly happy with the report. Once again, the panel has discounted all opposition suggestions and acted only on the suggestion of the leader that they look at reviewing the basic allowance. Year after year, I think opposition members of this chamber have made a series of reasonable requests to the panel that haven't been followed up, and it's starting to get quite frustrating. For example, the Lib Dem group has requested a number of fair changes, particularly as regards special responsibility allowances. The leader mentioned that these have recently been reduced, and I was happy last year to vote for a reduction to my own special responsibility allowance as a group leader. But the council has a lot of other SRAs, and one thing that is concerning me that is no change has been made to the cabinet allowances, which remain untouched. Not a penny has gone off them, and I don't think that shows us all sharing the burden. It shows the cabinet protecting their own allowances at the expense of other councillors. I think we should all take a cut across the board to show our sort of solidarity with the public. We also feel that broadband and home phone allowance is not justifiable when the council provides members with mobile phones with data contracts, and that councillors continuing to make use of this are effectively double dipping on expenses. It is something that we would like to see reviewed and scrapped. We've consistently made reasonable requests in this regard, which are going ignored by the panel and by the full council. One thing I have to raise as well is what Labour apparently requested in this report, items 4.11 and 4.21. A councillor apparently wrote in to request that the basic allowance be raised. A member of the public did call out on that and asked the justification for this. I would like to actually that councillor to make themselves known to the meeting and explain their reasoning for this. The other thing is that the leader said that he didn't request a review to the basic allowance, but then in which case he really ought to challenge the panel about the wording they use in this report, because to me it suggests that he, on meeting with the panel, requested that they look at raising the basic allowance. That's certainly how it reads to me and how it reads to residents. And when you look at the questions that residents have put, they seem to think the same. So either the leader said one thing to the panel that they've misinterpreted, or he asked for a raise, and he hasn't really made clear that question. So I would appreciate if he could clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. At this point, I'll bring in Councillor Mullen because he had a question regarding item 4. So, Councillor Mullen, would you like to ask your question, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, also my party is against the proposed increase too, but I'll not go into all of our plans because we did all agree to keep things brief tonight. It's a question similar to the one that Councillor Hodson just asked, Mr. Mayor, which is when I met with the panel, I was last to present our report, and the independent remuneration panel said to me then that the Labour leader's position was that he wanted an increase in the basic allowance because his councillors were doing more work during the pandemic, and the Lib Dems disagreed with that. And the question was put to me, which of those two positions was closest to my view? Earlier this evening, the leader said that he recommended that in 2019 pre-pandemic, but clearly what they said to me was that he asked for this in the context of the pandemic. So my question was quite similar to Councillor Hodson's. Is this report incorrect, and have they wrongly noted what the leader said, and subsequent to that, have they verbally misrepresented to me what his position was?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm moving over to the actual extracts from the capital programme, and I just wanted to ask the leader a question on 7.4 bullet point 3, if he might be able to answer that, and that's all I would like to ask, just that specific question.
Could you repeat that, please, Councillor Dixon?
I'm sorry. Did you not catch it at all?
No, I did. I just wanted to make sure the leader caught it as well.
Yeah, sorry. 7.4 bullet point 3 in relation to the extracts from the capital programme. I just wanted to ask one question on a specific issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I ask you what the question is, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to clarify. Sorry, I thought that was the 10 split. I just wanted clarification in relation to the non-environmental and environmental warranties that are paid to Gen 2, and just general questions as to why, the background, and what the payments are.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
No, that's fine. Deputy Leader, you reserve the right to speak. Do you want to come in at this point?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of brief points, Mr. Mayor, in relation to the points that have been raised there. In relation to item 1, I think the opposition need to show some opposition. Otherwise, what's the point in that sense? I think what it shows is a complete lack of ambition on their part in relation to the vision that we have for this city. And if it does come to a vote, I would hope that the vast majority of members support the capital programme as set out. It's there to deliver jobs, it's there to deliver housing, and it's there to deliver communities that are going to move forward through our community wealth building programme as well, Mr. Mayor. So in relation to item 4, I think there was a question from the public earlier on, and the leader made the relevant point. It's an independent report, and you might not like the outcome of an independent report, and if you don't, then you vote it down. And I think it's quite clear that the position of the leader and the Labour group is we don't like the outcomes of the report and we're not supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Leader, would you like to come in at this point?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. No surprise from Councillor Hodson with his comment on item 1, as yet again the Lib Dems vote against Sunderland because they are unable to basically say anything positive about the work that's been done regarding the regeneration and transformation of this city going forward. Nothing that was said there surprises me. It's just disappointing that they cannot bring themselves to fully support clearly what is needed going forward to bring Sunderland into the 21st century and give people the housing, the jobs and the play space that everybody wants and needs. And the residents of the city get it. We get that. We can see that in the commentary that occurs now on a daily basis across social media and in the press. Residents are much happier because they can see that this Labour group is getting things done and it's driving the Lib Dems nuts. So I don't accept what Councillor Hodson said, but I do understand that he's parked his party in a corner and they're stuck there voting against everything that people need. Regarding comments on item 4, it's an independent report from an independent remuneration panel. I cannot make it any clearer than that. They were asked to look at SRAs and basic allowances over a 2-year period during which the COVID pandemic has introduced itself. The Labour group is absolutely clear. We will not be pushing or asking for any uplift in councillor allowances next year, because it would be, or this year, sorry, it would be entirely inappropriate to do so, given the financial pressures that our residents and their businesses are suffering because of a global pandemic. I can't make it any clearer than that, but when the question was first asked by me back in 2019, and it was a 2-year process, and I said so in this council chamber, and I said so to the opposition that we would look at all of these things, everybody was quite happy with that because everybody was supportive of it. Now, the IRP has done its job and we thank them for that, but it's not appropriate. And I'm not going to get into a he said, she said regarding what any member was said in a conversation with the independent panel. If they said things, they said things. I am absolutely clear about what I said, and we will leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Can everyone just give me a moment, please? Okay, thank you. We need to vote on item 1. Can we have that arranged, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the first vote will be on item 1 of the Cabinet report's recommendations, just the capital programme planning and capital strategy recommendation. And then after that, Council can be asked whether or not it agrees items 2 to 4 of the Cabinet recommendations. So this first vote is just on item 1 of the Cabinet recommendations. So if the officer could confirm that an electronic vote has been set up for that, please.
Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that vote 1 is ready to be voted on online.
Okay. Can members now vote on item 1, please?
So, Mr. Mayor, if members can vote electronically and if they could please look to see if they receive an acknowledgement of their vote. And then if it's not noted, we can take the vote verbally afterwards.
Okay. Okay. Can I just ask at this point whether, Leader, can you turn your camera off, and can other members at the moment please turn the cameras off, please?
So could members please stop voting electronically now, and then the governance officer can read out the initial figures.
Mr. Mayor, we've received 11 votes for, 7 votes against and 1 abstention.
So, Mr. Mayor, if those members who haven't been able to vote electronically could now, first of all, use the raised hand facility and we'll take their votes. So, Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Lynn. I'd like to vote against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Ward.
Voting for.
Thank you. Councillor Deborah Waller.
Voting for, please.
Thank you. Councillor Noble.
Voting for.
Thank you. Councillor Doris McKnight.
Thank you, Elaine. For.
Thank you. Councillor Loughlin.
For, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Strongly against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Dorothy Truman.
Sorry, Elaine. For.
Thank you. Councillor Henry Truman.
For, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Voting for.
Thank you. Councillor Graham Miller.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Foster. Councillor Foster, could we have your vote, please?
Thanks, Elaine. For.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
For, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Mordy.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Neil McKnight.
For, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Francis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Fiona Miller.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
For, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Geoffrey Walker.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Farthing.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Spedding.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Essel.
4, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Denny Wilson.
4, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
4.
Thank you. Councillor A. Wilson.
4, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
4. I'm sorry, I've been having fallout with me internet.
That's fine. We've got your vote, Councillor Williams. Councillor Michael Dixon.
4, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't been able to give their vote yet? If
Yes,
they could...
Councillor Scanlon.
Elsa Marshall.
Councillor Ledbetter.
Councillor Scandal, could I take your vote first, please?
Yes, 4, please.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
4, Elaine.
Thank you. And Councillor Ledbetter.
4, Elaine. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Councillor Susan Watson, 4.
Councillor Susan Watson, 4. Thank you. Have all members now been able to vote? Thank you. In that case, could the officer please total the figures and let us know the outcome of the vote, please?
Mr. Mayor, on a point of order before the vote's announced. It's Councillor Mori.
Yes, Councillor Mori.
Can I just request that in any future votes, we're given a little bit longer to vote electronically, because I think a lot of members were in the process of registering the vote electronically when the vote was stopped. And a lot of them voice votes could have been done electronically if we had a little more time.
Yeah, well, I am bearing with the officers, Councillor Mori, because I do realise we're having difficulties. So
That's fine. I just wanted to make the point, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, apologies for that. We can keep the electronic vote going a little longer next time.
Mr. Mayor, we've totalled up the votes and there are 49 votes for, 9 votes against and 3 abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, that means that item 1 of the Cabinet report has been approved and adopted. So now we'd move on to items 2 to 4.
Okay. For items 2 and 4, do we accept the report of Cabinet or do we need to vote on them?
Agreed, Mr.
Agreed. Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll now move on to written questions by members of the council. So the first question is regarding Elmore Golf Course. Councillor James Blackburn.
What's the noise?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can the leader provide an update on the council's plans for the old Elmore Golf Course? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Deputy Leader, I believe you were going to answer this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I thank Councillor Blackburn for notice of the question? One that gives me really great pleasure in responding to, and it's really a fine example of how local councillors such as yourself, Councillor Doris Turner and Councillor Claire Roundtree can really make a profound difference to their local community. There's also an example of how this council intends to work with communities as part of its community wealth building programme to make a difference to people's lives. So I'm delighted to offer an update on some of the exciting and positive progress on a site that has the potential for many uses, which create a usable green space as well as protecting the natural habitat for future generations. A lot has been done, and importantly, it's been done in consultation using the Let's Talk LMO with an incredibly positive engagement and feedback from local residents. I would also like to note that this was part of the Coalfields Neighbourhood Investment Plan, as Coalfield Area Committee responds directly to the resident feedback from our earlier citywide consultation and engagement exercise. While we continue to work through the plans, I can offer a flavour of some of the potential developments that are going to take place on the former site, or former golf course site. First of all, we're looking at developing pocket forests on the site that will be owned by schools and community groups. There's a variety of social enterprises that are very keen to get involved to develop training opportunities, and these include the development of a CAF, a visitor and exhibition centre on the site, which highlight the history of the area. And also we're looking at the development of a garden centre that will grow vegetables and plants to sell to the local community. Part of the site, we're looking at developing a community garden and allotments. We're looking at the walking and cycling routes that are enhancing the area, and we're looking at enhancing the route up to Stevenson Railway, which travels along from Elmore to Selksworth and the River Wear. And just to remind everybody that Stevenson Railway will be 200 years in 2022. We're looking at reviewing the existing car parking arrangement there. We're developing cycling provision stands, and we're looking at the potential for cycle hire. Again, making and improving the car park space and installing cycle provision for the local community to enjoy the facilities. We're looking at developing leisure facilities and mini festivals operated and arranged again by local social enterprises and cooperatives within the open green space, utilising the CAF and visitor centre that I've mentioned earlier. Again, working directly with schools and, importantly, the local community. I could go on and on. If anybody's been to see that site, it's fantastic, the opportunities that are available there. And again, my congratulations go out to the councillors who initially raised this as an area of potential for their local community to really get engaged. We're also looking at wildlife corridors and opportunities to observe wildlife in its natural habitat. And we share a desire to ensure that the design supports and will nurture the wildlife in the area. This is a most exciting project, and I'm quite sure that members will show and will see my excitement. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the impact this will have in the local area. And I'm sure the local councillors will wish to share progress with full council as this project develops. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. The next question is question 2. It's regarding new bridges across the Wear. Councillor MacDonough.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will the council ensure that any new bridges built across the River Wear do not block reasonable shipping access to further up the river?
I believe the leader is going to reply to this question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor MacDonough for prior notice of the question. The council will of course ensure that any planned new river crossings will be permitted through the existing national regulatory framework for such works, and will consult with the Port of Sunderland and the Harbour Master to ensure bridge design does not impede river use by relevant users of the estuary. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Question 3, land at Galleys Gill. Councillor Niall Hodson.
Thank you, Merson. And we understand that construction work for the new pedestrian footbridge will mean cordoning off a lot of land down in Galleys Gill and the Riverside Park, as well as the Riverside footpath. Can the leader clarify what public access to those areas will remain during the works, and whether the works will block the coast-to-coast cycle route? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodson. Councillor Rebecca Atkinson, I believe you were going to reply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Hodson for his question. During the construction of the high-level bridge, there will be a requirement to use parts of the land at Galleys Gill, and this will be used for a works compound for the high-level bridge project there. So in the interests of public safety, public access will be restricted in the Galleys Gill area until the bridge is completed in 2023. A comprehensive temporary diversion package will be put in place, and this will cover the disruption period, which will include the coast-to-coast cycle route, and liaison will be ongoing with users of the facilities at Galleys Gill, the general public and Sustrans to notify them of changes well in advance of any necessary diversions. A public liaison officer will also be on hand to liaise with the communities alongside the chosen contractor and to provide regular updates throughout the construction period. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson.
Supplementary question, please, Mayor Sunderland.
Yes. Go ahead, Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. Just to ask the portfolio holder there if she can clarify, did she say that the entirety of Galleys Gill will be closed off during the works? And with regard to the public liaison officer, that's great. Will they be engaging directly with the communities in Millfield regarding the closure? Thank you.
Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to the second part of the question, absolutely. We can ensure that they will liaise directly with yourself, Councillor Hodson, and also your fellow ward colleagues, and also the communities. In relation to the land at Galleys Gill, its public access will be restricted. Now, I'm more than happy to sit down and be able to show you this on a map. I think being able to describe it in a public meeting is rather difficult, but I'm happy to have that conversation, Councillor Hodson, and show on a map exactly what will be cordoned off and where. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Leader, can I just ask you to turn your camera off, please? Thank you. The next one's financial assistance for Sunderland taxi trade, and this question's to be asked by Councillor Buick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I would like to withdraw my question for the following reason. After asking the council for financial help over several months, I received an email from a council officer today stating Sunderland Council have a scheme now available using the additional grant allowing taxi drivers to apply for one-off period of 500 from the 1st of Feb. So I, on behalf of Sunderland taxi drivers, would like to thank all involved for this decision across the council. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you for your kind words, Councillor Buick. Question 5, Area Wealth Champions, and it's Councillor Denny Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You can tell the leader to put his camera back on. Can the leader describe to members and residents how he sees the roles of the 5 new Area Wealth Champions developing as we go forward to deliver the priorities identified by our local communities as expressed through the Let's Talk consultation exercise and to be delivered via our local neighbourhood plans? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Wilson. Councillor Paul Stewart's going to answer this, the Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can first of all thank Councillor Wilson for prior notice of the question. I'm proud to know that the council has been a cooperative council since 2014, and that was the year that it began to pay its workforce at the very least the real living wage. Since then, the council has continued to look further at improving the social and economic wealth of its residents throughout this time, and I'm pleased to see the Cabinet approved our community wealth strategy in March of last year. This strategy in a single document brought together 7 key pillars crucial to improving the lives of those living within our local communities. Much has already been done to deliver the strategy over the last 12 months with an oversight of a delivery group attended by key officers and elected members, including the opposition. It is now more important than ever to enable residents to respond to the local, economic shock of the COVID-19 pandemic, and through the delivery of the Community Wealth Strategy, the Council will respond to the immediate crisis and the urgent imperative to rebuild local communities which are more fair, inclusive and secure than those that had existed before. Our area committees offer a direct link to our communities and are therefore a key lever of the Council to work with local residents in achieving their priorities, not those of elected members or council officers, but priorities of the local community. I know how important it is to secure support and to ensure local elected members, championed by their area committee chair, advocate the principles of community wealth across the city. As the area wealth champion, they will ensure local neighbourhood investment plans offer an opportunity to directly impact on communities, creating resilient communities, growing capacity within the voluntary community sector, utilising local assets for community use, as well as continuing to enable residents to share their views and ideas through our ongoing annual Let's Talk Resident Engagement and Involvement strategy. This is just the start of a journey for Area Wealth Champions to work with residents and fellow councillors to improve the residents' social and economic wealth. But no two communities are the same or have the same priorities, so there will be local solutions to achieving those twin objectives. And this is where local area champions, wealth champions, will become increasingly important to ensure that we hold true to the principles of community wealth. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Question 6 is about refuse collections. Councillor Anthony Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could the Leader please outline the steps that the Council is taking to deal with the significant number of complaints from residents about refuse collections?
Okay. Leader, would you like to answer that question, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mullen, for prior knowledge of your question. Members will recall that on the 12th of January of this year, an email was issued advising of some difficulties over the Christmas and New Year period with collections due to challenges the service faced with COVID-19 and winter maintenance. And this was down to illness to drivers. We did not have enough drivers to drive both the waste collection vehicles and grit the A roads that we had a duty to do. This year has been unprecedented for all frontline services across the council, and the refuge collection service is no different. It should be recognised how hard the refuge service has worked, providing a consistent and as normal a service as possible throughout the pandemic, regardless of weather or COVID pressures. But we did have that one hiccup, Councillor Mullen, and it was sorted very quickly. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Sorry, did you say something there, Councillor Mullen?
I asked if I could ask a supplementary. Mr.
Right,
Mayor.
I didn't quite hear you. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Miller for that response. Could I ask him also to outline the nature and frequency of the training programmes that are in place for refuge staff and managers, please?
I can't, Councillor Mullen, because I don't know, but I will get Sandra Mitchell to give you that information tomorrow in an email, if that's okay with you. There's no point me saying something that's wrong. So if you're okay with that, I'll get an officer to answer your request tomorrow.
That's fine by me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Leader. Question 7 is the skate park at Galleys Gill, Riverside Park. Councillor Wood, Anthony Wood. Sorry, Andrew Wood.
I'll let that go, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We've outlined plans for a skate park in Galleys Gill, or Riverside Park. Can those plans be brought forward to 2021, 2022 to allow for a safe place for skateboarding and BMX riding near to the city centre?
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Rebecca Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank Councillor Andrew Wood for the question. The plans for Gallygill and Riverside Park have been developed to outline design stage only to date and are subject to further public engagement. And as a consequence of adjacent projects within Riverside Sunderland, such as the new pedestrian footbridge across the weir, there will need to be a time to utilise the park as a working area for these projects for periods of time. So therefore, due to health and safety reasons, public access to the Riverside Park will be restricted until the bridge project has been completed in 2023. It is intended, therefore, that the comprehensive redevelopment of the park will be undertaken immediately after completion of the new pedestrian bridge. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Question 8 is the running costs of a civic centre. And Councillor Paula Hunt, would you ask the question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could the leader confirm the annual maintenance and associated running costs for the current civic centre and how long we will need to continue with these costs before moving to our new City Hall? Thank you.
Deputy Leader, I believe you're responding to this question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I thank Councillor Paula Hunt for prior notice of the question. A nice easy question to answer this one, so I'll come straight to the point. In the last full financial year, 2019-20, the costs associated with running the Civic Centre totalled £2.18 million. This included costs such as business rates, utility bills, cleaning and security, but also ongoing repairs and capital works such as repairing of the lifts to ensure that they were compliant with the Disability Discrimination Act, or works indeed on the boilers within the council and indeed the Civic Centre roof. The new City Hall is thankfully due to be completed in October this year. Staff will relocate as soon as possible to ensure that the costs associated with the current Civic Centre stop as soon as practicable. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Question 9, Gentoo boards. Councillor Michael Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With 4 opposition parties representing the people of the city, including a large number of Gentoo tenants in their wards, can the council leader explain why, for this essentially non-political role, it is only Labour councillors who have sat on the Gentoo boards? Would you agree that it is time to change this outdated arrangement? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dixon, for your question. The Labour group is the majority party in Sunderland, so it's appropriate that Labour councillors are nominated for those roles. And I do say nominated. Along with all appointments, this is taken through the appropriate council approval process each year. And I would also point out that the council only nominates representatives to Gen 2, but the appointments are actually made by Gen 2. And no, I don't agree that it's time to change this arrangement because it has worked very well for us over the years. I would possibly suggest that Councillor Dixon has a conversation with Gen 2 to see if he can find out whether they're interested in changing their arrangements. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader.
Supplementary, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Of course, Councillor Dixon.
Thank you. Can the council leader therefore confirm that he's never nominated any opposition party councillors?
I can absolutely confirm that I've never nominated any opposition councillors, Councillor Dixon, if you're happy with that answer.
Thank you, Leader.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Question 10, funding for walking and cycling initiatives. Councillor Margaret Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How much did Sunderland apply for and receive of the £2 billion government funding made available in May 2020 for walking and cycling initiatives? And what use has the council made of these funds? Thank you.
Councillor Linda Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Right, could I first of all thank Councillor Crosby for the question. And can I just let her know that as part of the Emergency Active Travel Fund Phase 1, the North East Joint Transport Committee was awarded a grant of £2.262 million to implement schemes in the region. Of this, Sunderland requested and were awarded £221,059, and that was conditional on all the schemes being implemented within a tight timescale of 8 weeks. The following schemes were introduced. So there was the creation of a one-way system and the reallocation of road space to facilitate a contraflow cycle lane and effective footpath widening to help with social distancing in Homeside, Vine Place and New Bottles Street. There was also footway widening, utilising water-filled barriers prior to permanent measures being introduced at Sea Road. The permanent closure of 2 bus stops to effectively reallocate road space to help with social distancing at St Luke's Terrace. The reallocation of road space, effectively widening footways to help with social distancing at High Street West. Installation of lockable bollards to restrict vehicle access to the pedestrianised and the shared space at Blandford Street. The closure of lay-bys in front of Sunderland Station and Fawcett Street to effectively widen footpaths to help with social distancing, and the introduction of the introduction of road marking to help facilitate social distancing at Market Square. As part of the Emergency Active Travel Fund Phase 2, the North East Joint Transport Committee was awarded a grant of £9.049 million to implement schemes in the region. Of this, Sunderland requested £4.275 million for a number of large cycling schemes within the city. Currently, the North East Joint Transport Committee have provisionally allocated Sunderland £1.125 million for the introduction of a cycle scheme along the A183 from the former tram stop at Seaburndine to the Bungalow Cafe at Roker, subject to the outcome of ongoing public consultations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Question 11 is the British Gas industrial dispute, and it's to be asked by Councillor Michael Mordy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, can the leader comment on the current industrial dispute by workers of British Gas following the disgraceful decision of the owners of the company to slash terms and conditions of its workforce? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mordy. Councillor Paul Stewart, Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and can I thank Councillor Mordy for prior notice of the question. When looking at the question, a famous quote came to mind, and I think most of us will be aware of it. The unpleasant and unacceptable face of capitalism, referenced by Tory Prime Minister Ted Heath in relation to Tiny Rowland when he was Chief Executive of Lonrho way back in 1973. And the reason I reference that is that even after nearly 50 years, this dispute with British Gas is just another reminder of how little has changed over that time with regards to corporate greed and how corporate greed takes precedence over workers, them being seen as just another commodity, just another resource to be used, moulded or simply broken in the search for greater profits. And this is what we're talking about here. British Gas or its parent company, Centrica, are not a loss-making basket case of a company, but a very profitable one. Indeed, it made an operating profit of £901 million in 2019, but clearly that is not enough. So what they intend to do, yes, cut employees' terms and conditions. I think the residents of Sunderland should be familiar with the impact of corporate greed and its outcomes. Indeed, it's quite ironic that our new City Hall is being built on the old Vauxhall site. A brewery closed, workforce made redundant, not because it was making a loss, because it was...
Point of order, please, Mayor of Sunderland. It's Niall Hodson.
Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Mayor of Sunderland. Let me just put my camera on so you can see me. Yes, under Part 4, Section 1, Item 10.2, questions on notice at full council should only be in relation to a matter over which the council has powers or duties. Can that please be clarified what the relevance of this question is to this meeting, please?
Okay. Councillor Modi, would you like to clarify the reason for the question, please?
I will do, Mr. Mayor. It's quite simple. There's a number of British gas workers who are residents of our city who are being, how can I put this politely, done over by a company by slashing its workforces. The fire rehire is an absolute disgrace, and I think it's appropriate that this council puts on record our support for those workers who are going through this industrial dispute. So to say it's not appropriate to the City Council as a body, I would disagree with Councillor Hodson and think that the City Council should show support for the workers of British Gas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stewart, would you like to carry on, Deputy Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as the points were raised, I would remind members that what British Gas are doing here runs directly against our plans with regards to developing community wealth building within our local communities, pushing forward with our plans with regards to becoming a real living wage city. So I do believe there's a direct link between what British Gas are doing and the aims and objectives we have as a council with regards to our city moving forward. Coming back to the point with regards to the Old Volk site, I just simply wanted to make the point that what British Gas are doing is not new, and we've got direct experience of it in this city. And that sadly, the Vatvolks brewery was closed because it simply wasn't making enough profit for its owners. Now, turning back to the British Gas dispute, I am reminded of the ballot taken by staff and an overwhelming 89% yes vote. So this was not a close call. This was not just over the threshold. This was a huge rejection by the workforce of the shameful proposals of the company and the financial greed that underpins its disgraceful actions. The workforce are now in their second tranche of strike action to protect their hard-won terms and conditions, and I would urge the company, in particular the Chief Executive Officer, to reconsider its position and the damage this dispute is doing to its reputation. They are fast becoming the unacceptable face of the energy sector. Mr. Mayor, fully support the workers and wish them luck in their dispute. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. The next question is question 12, future use of the Civic Centre. Councillor Michael Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While appreciating the need for commercial confidentiality, any future use of the Civic Centre is of great interest to the people of Sunderland, plus, of course, elected members. Could the leader of the council or portfolio holder give an update as to the progress being made in any potential sale, plus an approximate time when negotiations are expected to be concluded? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Rebecca Atkinson, would you like to respond, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Dixon for the question. To support the city plan objective of providing more and better housing and increasing the city centre population to aid social and economic regeneration, the existing civic centre site was marketed to prospective residential developers in late July 2020. Interested parties are currently preparing offers to acquire the site, which are due to be submitted in early February 2021. Following which a preferred developer will be identified and detailed negotiations will commence relating to the terms of the disposal. A more detailed update will be provided to Cabinet once the preferred developer has been identified. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Thank you.
Members, we've had 30 minutes of questions.
Mr. Mayor, can I propose an extension to question time, please?
Do you have a seconder?
I'm happy to second Mayor Sunderland. It's Niall Hudson.
Okay. Do we need to take a vote on this?
Yes, because we agreed that we would not be extending questions, and it's especially important, Mr. Mayor, given that things slow down when we're doing things electronically. So I believe that we should cut questions now, and those that were not answered will be given a written correspondence in due course. The Labour Group do not want to extend questions past half an hour.
Okay, can we please... Sorry, can we take a vote on this, please? Whether we're going to extend the time for questions or whether we're not going to. So could we arrange that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, could the officer please confirm when the electronic vote is available?
Mr. Mayor, vote 2 is available online.
Okay. Right, could members please vote? Yeah. There's a lot of hands up. Could members with the hands up please try again to see whether they can have the vote registered, please? And if they can't, just keep your hand up and we'll be patient and make sure that the vote's registered.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not getting the opportunity to vote electronically. It's not appearing on my screen.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing.
Same here, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Jackson.
Same here, Mr. Mayor. I'm not either. Could we go through the process again, just as a quick reminder, please, Mr. Mayor?
Elaine, would you like to? Can you leave that with us, Councillor Williams, for the moment? Because I know we're experiencing difficulties and I don't know why. Okay, can the officer please take what votes they can, and then we'll go make sure that the people with a hand up has the votes registered. They'll be asked how they want to vote, and then we'll look into the ICT part of it.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So could the officer close the electronic vote now, please? And let us have the initial figures.
Mr. Mayor, there have been 15 votes for, 19 votes against and no abstentions.
Okay, so there's quite a few people haven't registered to vote. Yeah.
Open in Excel.
Mr. Mayor, I'll take the names of those who haven't been able to vote on this occasion, and perhaps for the next vote we might be able to get an officer who can just run through the process again. But if I'll take the votes of those who've got their hands raised now. So Councillor Peter Wood, please.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hodson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Doris McKnight.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Foster.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Loughlin.
Against, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
4, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
4.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Watson. Councillor Susan Watson, could we have your vote, please?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Waller.
Against, Elaine, please.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
Against, Elaine, please.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Julia Jackson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Karen Noble.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Sorry, Elaine. Against.
Was that against, Councillor Marshall?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm against.
Councillor Essel.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Farthing.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Francis. Councillor Francis, if we could have your vote, please.
Sorry, for.
Thank you. Councillor Amy Wilson.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dorothy Truman.
Against, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Denny Wilson.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Fiona Miller.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Henry Truman.
Against.
Thank you. I don't see any more members with their hands raised. Councillor Scanlon, have you been able to vote?
No, I haven't. So against, Elaine, please.
Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter.
For. Against. For. Thank you.
Thank you. Have any other members not been able to give their vote yet? If everybody's now voted, thank you. If the officer could give us the updated totals, please.
Mr. Mayor, there have been 23 votes for, 44 votes against and no abstentions.
Thank you. Elaine, can you confirm that vote, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So the motion to extend time is now defeated.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to move on to item 12.
Mr. Mayor, may I interrupt? I hope you don't mind. I did raise my hand. It's Councillor Dixon. Sorry,
I didn't see you. Yeah.
Yeah. I did ask a question during the Cabinet report number on the agenda, which wasn't addressed. We've got lots to get through. Would it be okay if Councillor Miller received an email from me and he could give me a written answer? If he could confirm that, please.
I'm okay with that as long as the leader is.
Councillor Dixon, my apologies if I've omitted to do that. Of course, by all means, email me. You'll get your response tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Dixon. Like I said before, motions on notice. Before we deal with the motions before the council, members will be aware that in light of current circumstances, arrangements were made for notice of motions to be given electronically and to be emailed to the Chief Executive rather than signed and delivered in person. Leader, would you like to move suspension of relevant standing orders with regard to this?
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we suspend relevant orders regarding this.
And that's standing order 11.1 and 13.1.
Yes, please.
Okay. Deputy Leader, do you wish to second the motion?
Second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Does the council agree the suspension of relevant standing orders?
Agreed.
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 Okay, thank you. So the first one is a COVID-19 vaccination programme. We'll now deal with the motion which is on the subject of COVID-19 programme under Rule 13.8 of the Council Procedure Rules. Member may alter a motion in which he or she is given notice of the consent of the meeting. The meeting's consent will be signified without discussion. Early today, members have been given notice of an alteration to the motion. Councillor Dr. Walker, please can you confirm that you wish to alter the motion as shown on the screen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do confirm that I wish to alter the motion as shown on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, can you read it out, please?
Council further believe.
Yeah.
Sorry, you want me to read it?
Yeah, the alteration, please. Yeah.
Oh, the alteration, right.
Yep.
In the second paragraph, delete the words, however, this is the council acknowledges that from the second paragraph and replace with the council acknowledges the, can somebody scroll it over, please? Or is that it? Oh, sorry, I missed the first paragraph out. I'll start again.
Right, if you don't mind, yeah.
Yeah, go back. Thank you. After the first paragraph, insert the words, Council further believes that the immunisation campaign should be embedded with our local primary care and public health teams and must work in tandem with an effective test and trace system. The Council calls on the Government to fix the malfunctioning NHS test and trace system or else give local authorities the power and funding to coordinate test and trace themselves. In the second paragraph, delete the words, however, this council acknowledges that from the second paragraph and replace with the council acknowledges the. That's the alterations that we are prepared to accept, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry for the confusion.
No, thank you, Councillor Dr. Jeffrey Walker. Does the council agree to the alteration?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much. I now call upon the portfolio holder of Healthy City, Councillor Dr. Jeffrey Walker, to read and move the motion as altered.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This council applauds the ongoing heroic effort of our NHS and all our key workers fighting to save lives and support the most vulnerable members of our community against the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, we note the brilliant work of the multinational team at Oxford University and AstraZeneca in developing a COVID-19 vaccine that has now been approved for use to save lives. The council further believes that the immunisation campaign should be embedded within our local primary care and public health teams and must work in tandem with an effective test and trace system. The council calls on the Government to fix the malfunctioning NHS test and trace system or else give local authorities the power and funding to coordinate test and trace themselves. Scroll on. Can we scroll on? Thank you. This council also acknowledges the real danger to public health posed by the COVID-19 pandemic will remain until all our community who all medically benefit have had the opportunity to receive the vaccine, and in doing so will advocate for a vaccination programme within our communities as an urgent priority. Furthermore, this council agrees that as community champions, individual councillors must set a positive example by actively promoting the clinical and scientific evidence of the effectiveness of the vaccine available as the only solution to ending this pandemic. Secondly, refusing to propagate conspiracy theories and misinformation about COVID-19 and vaccination.
Third, recognising such extreme views are a direct threat to the health of the most vulnerable in our community. And fourth and finally, actively call out and challenge those engaged in promoting such theories and misinformation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Jeffrey Walker. Councillor Checker, would you like to second the motion, please?
I second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Jeffrey Walker, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would like to speak to the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, carry on.
I'm very proud to be moving this motion today, an important step forward in the combating of the COVID-19 virus, Mr. Mayor. But I'd like to start my support of this motion with a massive thank you. The staff of Sunderland Clinical Commissioning Group, the CCG, have done a wonderful job in preparing the rollout of the programme, helping to place the North East and North Yorkshire at the forefront with the number of people vaccinated nationally. I'd like to pay a particular tribute to the following for the role in the response: to Dave Chandler, the Chief Officer of the CCG, Dr. Ian Patterson, the Chair of the CCG, Dr. Fadi Khalil, Clinical Director of the Vaccination Programme, the 6 Primary Care Network Clinical Directors across the city, and finally the key support workers of the CCG, Claire Nesbitt, Wendy Thompson, Tracy Teasdale and Suzanne Watson. Just to make before thank you. Much appreciated. Before I go on to the meat of the motion, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to make some introductory remarks. The Local Outbreak Control Board of the Council meets every Friday afternoon, but we continue to receive reports regarding the logistical problems with the supply of the vaccine. I think it would be easy to indulge in the pastime of bojo bashing here, but I'm not going to do that. I wish to avoid this, as tempting as it is. However, Priti Patel has now gone on record as saying now is not the time to look at mismanagement of the crisis. I would say, when is the time? One thing you can never find is lost time. Of course, the vaccination programme offers only a partial solution. If we had closed the borders and introduced an effective locality-based test, trace and isolate system last March, rather than ensuring millions of pounds were allocated to offshore companies such as Serco, G4S and Deloitte, we would be in a far better place today, and thousands of lives would have been saved as a result. I look to the words of the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, who to my mind actually looks and behaves like a leader. She said, in terms of dealing with the virus, if you set a lesser goal than the highest, you will misfire. That is surely a fact we cannot escape from as we move forward. To understand the nature of a vaccination programme, we have to understand the nature of pandemic diseases, Mr. Mayor. Pandemic diseases are nothing new. They have swept through human populations for millennia, causing hundreds of millions of deaths. Historians estimate the bubonic plague killed between 25 and 75 million people in Europe in the 1300s, when of course the population was a lot less than it is now. Recurring waves of the illness swept through Europe on its last major appearance in England in the 1660s. Smallpox took an even higher global toll over thousands of years until it was declared eradicated just in 1980. The 1918-19 influenza killed an estimated 70 million people worldwide, Mr. Mayor. Other less severe pandemic influenzas emerged in 1958, 1968, and as recently as 2009. In the latter 3 cases, researchers developed influenza vaccines targeted specifically to the circulating viruses, and control was ultimately achieved. In support of this motion, I think we need to ask ourselves 4 key questions, Mr. Mayor. Question 1, is the vaccine safe? Well, the coronavirus COVID-19 vaccine is safe and it's effective. It gives you the best protection against coronavirus. It has been developed at a rapid pace because many of the scientists were already working on some form of coronavirus vaccination, as the threat of a coronavirus pandemic has been considered a reality for some time. What is more, it is likely to continue to be a threat for the future, as real itself as climate change. Despite the rapid development, all testing procedures and protocols have been observed and are published online for all to see. Question 2. Is the vaccine the solution to the pandemic? The answer, of course, is no. It is only part of the solution. It must be used in conjunction with hand washing, face covering, test, trace and isolate. Only through an integrated approach will we address the virus effectively. We as yet do not know if it can eradicate it or whether it will be followed or replaced by another coronavirus. Question 3. How has it been possible to develop vaccines against COVID-19 in less than a year? One of the key considerations, Mr. Mayor, is funding. Public and private cash has been poured into the race for a COVID vaccine, pushing aside the usual financial concerns facing pharmaceutical companies. What's more, demand and urgency, of course, are high. The fact that governments pre-bought the vaccines meant that people could take greater risks with what they did at an early stage without having to take one step at a time, says Stephen Evans, the Professor of Pharmacology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Traditionally, vaccines are developed by weakening or killing a virus or by producing part of the virus in the lab. However, this is time-consuming. Instead, both the Oxford University AstraZeneca and Pfizer-BioNTech vaccines were developed using different platform technologies that involve slotting genetic material from the virus into a tried and tested delivery package. Once introduced into the human body, this genetic material is used by the protein-making machinery in our cells to churn out the coronavirus spike protein, triggering an immune response, which is an awesome way of doing things, to my mind, being a layperson. Question 4. Why are we seeing vaccine scares? Why are we seeing vaccine scares? Vaccine scares have existed ever since the first smallpox vaccine was developed. Religious beliefs and distrust in medicine dissuaded some from inoculations, others believed they violated their personal liberty. Legally mandating vaccines in the mid-19th century galvanised these objectors into anti-vaccine movements, members of which claimed the right to make their own decisions about their children's bodies on their own. Yet anti-vaxxers continue to cling to this infamous mythology, resulting in outbreaks of life-threatening diseases such as whooping cough and measles, thought to be well controlled and even eradicated previously. Today, so-called vaccine truthers continue to claim that vaccines overwhelm the infant immune system, that natural immunisation is better than vaccination, and that vaccines themselves contain toxins or actually give you the disease. With the stakes so high, it is important to understand just how and why vaccine doubters are wrong. It's true that the COVID-19 vaccine went through an unprecedented rapid process, which I've explained previously. We should be grateful for this, though, given the urgency. And while there's concern that the COVID-19 vaccines were rushed and that means they haven't been properly vetted or their safety is though in question, is simply not the case. If we turn to how we deal with ex-vaxxers, I've noticed that the COVID deniers have lately changed their tune. Previously, they would say COVID didn't exist, or if it did, was no worse than the flu. Now they tend to say that they accept it's a serious illness, but only for some people, particularly older people, and that the extent of the pandemic is being exaggerated. In this second spike, I think that people are beginning to learn that it's not confined just to older people, Mr. Mayor. This denial is very similar to climate change deniers and shows a reluctance to accept the reality. Eventually, the majority, there will always be a hardcore who will continue to deny the pandemic, will have to accept what the rest of us have realised for all ages, that is real and serious. But what damage will they have done in the meantime? So the question is, how do we pursue the ex-vaxxers? Do we prosecute them? Do we educate them? Or do we do both? Rumours and conspiracy theories thrive in environments of low confidence and low trust, Mr. Mayor. Consequently, it's not surprising that ones related to the COVID-19 pandemic are proliferating given the lack of scientific consensus on the virus's spread and containment, or on the long-term social and economic ramifications of the pandemic. Among the stories currently circulating in the social media forums are ones suggesting that the 5G telecommunications network activates the virus, that the pandemic is a hoax perpetrated by a global cabal, that the virus is a bioweapon released deliberately by the Chinese, and best of all, to my hearing, is that Bill Gates is using it as a cover to launch a broad vaccination programme to facilitate a global surveillance regime. While some may be quick to dismiss these stories as having little impact on real-world behaviour, recent events including the destruction of cell phone towers, demonstrations espousing resistance to public health orders, and wild-scale defiance to scientifically sound public mandates such as those to wear masks and practice social distancing contradict such conclusions. Understanding the dynamics of storytelling on social media and the narrative frameworks that provide the generative basis for these stories should be used for devising methods to disrupt their spread. It is absolutely shameful how a small minority of people campaign against the use of vaccine while hiding behind patriotism, nationalism and flags of nation states to perpetrate their campaigns of misinformation. We have seen this both in the UK and in the USA, among other places. Many ex-vaxxers hiding behind national flags in this country and others are well known for their corrections to far-right extremist groups. When this is evident, patriotism does truly become the last refuge of the
Councillor Walker, you've had your 10 minutes. Can I ask you to...
Can I propose an extension, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, do you have a seconder to that?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Who was that?
Councillor Checker.
Thank you, Councillor Checker. Yeah, Councillor Walker, do you want to carry on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
And thank you for the proposal.
Does Councillor agree to that extension?
Agreed.
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 Sorry, Councillor Dr. Jeffrey Walker, carry on.
That's okay, thank you. I haven't got very far to go, really. Many ex-vaxxers hiding behind national flags in this country and others are well known for their connection to far-right extremist groups. When this is evident, patriotism truly does become the last refuge of the scoundrel, as Samuel Johnson once said. This position is well countered by one of the great supporters of world federalism and a true hero of mine, best known for his science fiction writing, H.G. Wells, who said, "I don't think the world was made for a small minority to dance on the faces of everyone else." Anyway, to return to the main point, I have a message for conspiracy theorists in this case. 99% of the world's population are conspiring to make it a better place, and I'm with them. If I can finish by extending further into the world of science fiction, which in many ways mirrors science fact. In the highly praised film The Matrix, the main character Neo, trapped between realities, is given the choice between taking a red or a blue pill. In reality, the terms red and blue pill refer to a choice between revealing an unpleasant or otherwise life-changing truth represented by the red pill and remaining in blissful ignorance represented by the blue pill. My choice is for the red pill, Mr. Mayor. And basically, that is my support of the motion, and I'm pleased to move the motion on behalf of the Labour Group. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Jeffrey Walker. Councillor Checker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for allowing us to discuss this important subject today. This motion gives us the opportunity to highlight that out of the tragedy of this devastating pandemic, which has changed all of our lives over the last year, is the light at the end of the tunnel in the form of the vaccination programme, which is well now underway. This is clearly our main way out of this awful situation we find ourselves in. I would like to start by echoing my colleague, Councillor Dr. Walker's comments and thanking the local heroes within the health system locally who have stepped up to coordinate the vaccine programme and are navigating the city and our residents through a confusing and ever-changing set of directives from central government. They have also ensured that us as community leaders have been involved and informed throughout, and we have seen and heard all of the challenges that they have faced, which they have done with tenacity and vigour, always focusing on getting tests and vaccines to our most vulnerable residents and key workers where it is needed the most. Yesterday, tragically, the UK passed 100,000 deaths from this pandemic, with Professor Chris Whitty warning us to expect a lot more over the next few weeks. We can never and will never forget those that we have lost. Mr. Mayor, the public are already trying to find their way through a minefield of misinformation from the government, through ever-changing slogans, confusing restrictions, with do as I say being the motto, not do as I do. But Mr. Mayor, this virtual chamber is the place where we can stand up and demonstrate community leadership together for the residents of Sunderland. These are truly unprecedented times, but out of this global pandemic comes a life-saving vaccine, and we here in this virtual room have the opportunity to be united in our message to the people of Sunderland. Let's remember that as a country, we have one of the worst death tolls in the world. Mr. Mayor, I think everyone here knows that I work clinically locally in a hospital, and that hospital just last week sent out yet another call for volunteers to step in and help out in critical care. Amidst all of the stress of caring for an overwhelming number of people seriously ill with COVID, my organisation, like many others up and down the country, has managed to pull together a team of vaccinators in record time to roll out a programme of vaccinations to NHS staff, care home residents, care workers, amongst others. These people didn't just appear at the time of need. They weren't sitting around waiting for a call. These were frontline and back of house staff in important roles already who have stepped up because they understand how vital the rollout of vaccinations is to reduce the cases, the impact and the severity of the disease in the local area. All any of us wants is for these tragic deaths to stop. And I would like to personally thank my friends and colleagues across this city and across the region, including my own daughter, who have stepped up to become vaccinators and roll out these vaccinations, play their part in helping get us through this crisis. But sadly, Mr. Mayor, there are a small and poorly informed group of anti-vaxxers who've been responsible for circulating a series of fantastical rumours and conspiracy theories about coronavirus vaccines online. We live in a digital world where much of the way we communicate has changed. Many people use social media as their main source of information. In fact, the World Health Organization themselves have warned of an infodemic of false information about COVID-19 spreading online, and a report by the Centre for Countering Digital Hate, which was published in The Lancet, has lambasted social media companies for allowing the anti-vaccine movement to remain on their platform. We have to do all we can to counter the anti-vaccination movement. While the false claims they make are frankly comical, my fear is that the spread of misinformation into mainstream or social media causes could result in fewer people taking up the opportunity to be vaccinated, undermining the programme. It's very simple. The more people that are protected against this virus, the less opportunity it has to get the upper hand. Protecting more people is the right thing to do. This pandemic has made the case for social democracy better than I ever could. I've spoken before in this chamber about existing inequalities being exposed, being exacerbated by this pandemic, but I would add to that that it has revealed that the penalty that we all pay for the neglect of the public health infrastructure. It has clearly illuminated a deep cultural longing for solidarity, and that's been expressed in the devotion that we've seen to the NHS. This has to end. We must now be a country that can give people the security of health. We need a high uptake in vaccines to protect the populations, which is us, our families, colleagues, friends, neighbours, residents of this city against this virus, and start getting life back to normal again. COVID vaccines are a triumph of modern medical science and the one beacon of hope that we have in these dark days. Every one of us in this chamber has to do their part too. I am really proud to say that as a frontline NHS worker, I have had my COVID vaccine, and I hope that when the time comes and everyone gets their turn, all of us in this council chamber will be able to stand up and say the same. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Checker. Councillor Stephen O'Brien, I see your hands raised.
Yeah, I want to speak on the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Right, I'll come back to that. Okay.
Thank you.
If you let us know at the relevant time. Okay, I understand that Councillor Mann has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have an amendment.
Okay,
and the amendments
can you read it out, please? Yep.
And the amendment reads as follows. At sentence starting furthermore, and this was written before Councillor Dr. Walker's late amendment, so it's, you know, the sentence might not be quite right, but at the sentence starting furthermore, remove must and replace with are advised to set. At bullet point 1, remove the only solution and replace with part of the solution. At bullet point 2, remove refusing to propagate conspiracy theories and replace with discouraging the sharing of. At bullet point 3, remove such extreme views are a direct and replace with that misinformation can be a. And at bullet point 4, remove actively call out and challenge and replace with proactively advise, support and educate. Also to remove such theories and with no replacements. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Buick, do you second the amendment?
Mayor, I second the amendment. No.
Okay. Councillor Mann, would you like to speak, please, to your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Of course, our first thoughts are with every person within our city and nationally who have been affected. And I'm pretty sure that we all know somebody who has been affected. Our heartfelt
Councillor Mann, please read out the amended motion first before you speak. Thank you.
Apologies, I was asked to speak to the motion. I will now read the amended motion. Could I have the slide, please? Thank you. The Council applauds the ongoing heroic efforts of our NHS and all our key workers fighting to save lives and support the most vulnerable members of the community against the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, we note the brilliant work of the multinational team at Oxford University and AstraZeneca in developing a COVID-19 vaccine that has now been approved for use to save lives. Council further believes that the immunisation campaign should be embedded within our local primary care and health teams and must work in tandem with an effective test and trace system. The Council calls on the government to fix the malfunctioning NHS test and trace system, or else give local authorities the power and funding to coordinate test and trace themselves. Could we move the slide, please? Thank you. The Council also acknowledges the real danger to public health posed by the COVID-19 pandemic and will remain until all in our community who will medically benefit have had the opportunity to receive the vaccine, and in so doing will advocate for a vaccination programme within our communities as an urgent priority. Furthermore, this council agrees that as community champions, individual councillors are advised to set a positive example by actively promoting the clinical and scientific evidence of the effectiveness of the vaccines available as part of the solution to ending this pandemic, discouraging the sharing of misinformation about COVID-19 and vaccination. Can we move the slide, please? Thank you. And recognising that misinformation can be a threat to the health of most of the most vulnerable in our community, and to proactively advise, support and educate those engaged in promoting misinformation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to read it out, but you can carry on.
Thank you.
You can carry on speaking. Yeah.
I'll speak to the amendment now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please. Yeah.
As I've already highlighted, our heartfelt thanks goes to the NHS workers, everybody involved, and, you know, our thoughts are with the families. As a matter of course, then, my party, alongside this council, our city and our nation as a whole, applaud the ongoing work of our NHS and key workers who are making a monumental effort in these unprecedented times. We acknowledge and support the late amendment by Councillor Dr. Walker regarding a call to fix the malfunctioning test and trace system, and the call to give local authorities the power and funding to coordinate, test and trace themselves. In fact, the BMJ, British Medical Journal, stated last September, and I quote, "The speed of response to local outbreaks is currently being inhibited by excessive central control of the testing resources. Local government public health directors working with the regional health protection teams of what will be the National Institute for Health Protection need to be able to call in testing services without the inevitable delays caused by a national system delivered by a contractor answerable to ministers." So we endorse Councillor Dr. Walker, thank you. The biggest vaccination programme in UK history is now being rolled out at an astounding rate to protect firstly and by priority the most vulnerable in our society. With the setting up and staffing of the 6 vaccination hubs across our city and the recent opening of the Nightingale Hospital as a mass vaccination site, our city and region are responding at great speed, which has been acknowledged by central government and the Prime Minister. Of our 280,000 population, we have 14,000 over 80s. 125,000 individuals were placed into the first 3 tiers of the 9-tier rollout. 2,000 of those being care home residents and 2,500 care home staff. The local programme, led by Dr. Fadi Khalil, has stated that Sunderland has never had to refuse delivery of vaccine. We congratulate his team and our joint NHS Trust and the Clinical Commissioning Group. However, in the original motion, it is stated that as community champions, individual councillors must set a positive example by actively promoting the clinical and scientific evidence of the effectiveness of the vaccines as the only solution to ending this pandemic. This is stating that every councillor is obliged to, out of necessity, to become legally or morally bound to follow this action. This is an autocratic statement which takes no account of individual wishes or opinion or those of the population that they resent. The statement is domineering and in effect removes freedom of choice. We should all act responsibly and discourage the sharing of misinformation. As civic leaders, we should set a positive example in everything we do. However, we should not close down all debate and free speech with only one viewpoint being permitted. We live in a democracy.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Can you just hang on a second? Can you just not jump in? Can you just hang on a second? Right, it's okay. You put your camera back on, Councillor Mann.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Right, was it Councillor O'Brien?
Yeah, it was. I'm just making sure Councillor Mann is not going to peddle conspiracy theories here.
No, I don't think so. I've been listening very carefully to what Councillor Mann has had to say, and I'm quite happy that she is actually speaking to the motion. Okay, Councillor O'Brien. Okay, proceed, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. However, we should not close down all debate and free speech with only one viewpoint being permitted. We live in a democracy, not a one-party state, and as such, it is not incumbent on any one group to dictate to everyone else and tell them what they can or cannot say.
Mr. Mayor, this is...
No, Councillor O'Brien, if you're going to keep jumping in like that, I'm going to have to take action. Okay? Councillor Mann, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We live in a democracy, not a one-party state, and as such, it is not incumbent on any one group to dictate to everyone else and tell them what they can or cannot say. The motion as presented seeks to do just that. We do not agree that the vaccine is the only solution to ending this pandemic, but rather endorse that it is a major part of the solution, along with medical treatments, improved hygiene, isolation, and social distancing. For those of us who act as COVID champions within our communities, including myself, it is essential that we engage with the public in order to present a positive and united front, in order to advise and support those of our residents whom have reservations or doubts. The public should not be led to believe that having the vaccine will give them a magic COVID coat. They need to have confidence in their decision and given the advice necessary for them to make an informed choice. If someone does not want to have the vaccine, the first question would be to ask why. They may have a perfectly good reason, medical or physiological. It should not be assumed that they are anti-vaccination. When the reasons for not wanting it are known, then a reasoned discussion can take place. Consideration should also be taken regarding individual ethical and religious beliefs. The object of the vaccine is to establish herd immunity. It does not follow that we also have to acquire herd mentality. We give credit to our city residents for their intelligence and their right to make their own decision. There are many sources of scientific information readily available which conflict. None of the vaccines give 100% protection even after 2 doses, which has been mentioned by Councillor Dr. Walker. Regarding the delay between doses, there is no solid evidence whether the delay gives better or worse protection, meaning that the government is at odds with the vaccine manufacturers Pfizer, who recommend 3 weeks between doses. Just this week, the BMA stated that a 12-week gap between doses of the Pfizer vaccine is difficult to justify and have written to Professor Chris Whitty to call for an urgent review. The World Health Organization recommends a gap of just 4 weeks between the first and second doses. Scientists are also unsure of the impact of transmission after the vaccine and whether the vaccine will remain effective as the virus evolves, such as the South African and Brazilian variants. It appears that scientists consider that the vaccines will apparently still work against them, but the virus will continue to morph with uncertain consequences, I beg your pardon. COVID-19 will not be eradicated, being similar to influenza, where a new vaccine is delivered annually. In response to the draconian wording in the final part of the original motion, my party would ask, to which conspiracy theories is this point related within Chambers? We are sure that most members of this council have been too busy within their own communities helping and supporting their vulnerable residents, schools and community groups during these terrible times to have the time or energy to indulge in such theories. We do agree, however, that the sharing of misinformation and falsehoods about the vaccination programme should be discouraged and recognise that this can have adverse effects on our population. As far as to actively call out and challenge those engaged in promoting such theories, is the majority party suggesting that attention should be called to someone's perceived unacceptable behaviour in their opinion? Is this why some Labour groups have recently copied a personal photograph from a council member's personal social media profile and posted it to cause dissension for political gain? Is this what you suggest by actively calling out? A recent Labour Party motion was written and carried to defend a member who apparently was not acting in their official capacity. This is true for all members. So we ask why this group have been allowed to indulge unchallenged in an opposition witch hunt, which has only created unrest and contention.
Councillor Mann, this is about the coronavirus. It's not about...
Back to it now, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the warning. This is not an example of community management, and we are horrified that certain councillors have treated a member with contempt without considering the effect on the people whom we serve and the well-being of that member. Which impression does this give to our electorate? This is not the time for propaganda. Our residents do not want to see quarrels and dissension. They want to see their elected councillors working together on the behalf of our society. Our remit is to advise, support, educate and signpost.
Councillor Mann, you've had 10 minutes.
Can I ask for an extension, please, Mr Mayor? Councillor Buick, will you second?
So I'll ask them. Can we have a proposer for the extension, please?
Councillor Buick, I propose an extension. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Do we have a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr Mayor. It's Councillor Jenkins.
Oh, you would.
Right.
Excuse me?
I don't know who that was, but can you please?
Can we call for a warning, please, Mr Mayor?
I'll speak to that councillor later. Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
When I find out who it was. Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Right.
Thank you. It's very brief.
Can you just give us a second? Can you just give us a second? I've got to finish something first. An extension's been proposed and seconded. Does the members agree?
No.
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 Yes.
No.
No. No.
Yes.
Right.
Vote, please.
Do we need a vote on this? Yeah. Yeah, it's been asked for.
It's absolutely clear it's a no from the whole chamber, I expect.
Yeah,
with
but
the exception of
I agree with Graham.
This is
all be quiet,
Mr.
please.
Mayor, this is undemocratic.
Councillor
This is
Mann,
an amendment. I do.
Councillor Mann, I will get back to you. Just give me a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to clear something up. there was obviously some yeses and there's obviously some no's within that. And I think really what we should do is to make to give clarity, we'll have to have a vote on it.
Can I ask, Mr.
No, you
Mayor, I
can't.
beg your pardon,
Not
why
at the
did
moment. Can we have a vote
Councillor
on whether
Walker
you've got
get an
sorry,
extension and I
Councillor
can't?
Mann.
Undemocratic, Mr. Mayor.
No, I'm not. You don't. I'm trying to
Why does it have to go to a
Councillor
vote?
Mann, I've asked you to keep quiet. If you don't, I'm gonna take action. Right? You keep jumping in, and I won't tolerate it. I will not tolerate it. Okay? There's a due process within this chamber, and some members forget that. Right? Can we carry on? The vote's been asked for by somebody, so therefore, can we have a vote on whether to give Councillor Mann an extension or not, please?
Could the officer please confirm when the vote is available?
Mr. Mayor, vote 3 is available online now.
Okay, thank you. So if members could please vote. Councillor Mann, could you put your camera off for the moment, please? Councillor George, how could you put yours off, please? Councillor Howe, you've got your camera on.
Okay.
Thank you.
If the officer could stop the vote now, please, and if members could stop voting electronically. And then when the officer's ready, if you could give us the initial figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 4 votes for, 31 against and 3 abstentions.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll now take the vote from all those members who haven't been able to vote electronically. So Councillor Peter Gibson first, please. Councillor Gibson, could we have your vote, please? I'll come back to Councillor Gibson. Councillor Doris McKnight?
Against the extension.
Thank you. Councillor Hodson?
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Waller?
Against, please, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Watson?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon?
Against, thank you, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Amy Wilson?
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
I'd like to exercise my democratic right and vote against, please. Miss
Thank you. Councillor Henry Truman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dorothy Truman.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Denny Wilson.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Noble.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon. Have you been able to vote?
Elaine. No, I
Thank
haven't. Against, please.
Thank you. Councillor Leadbitter.
Against, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members who haven't been able to vote yet?
Councillor Howe.
Councillor Howe, and what's your vote, please?
Against.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't been able to vote? If not, then could the governance officer give us the updated totals when they're ready, please?
Mr Mayor, there have been 4 votes for, 57 votes against and 3 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. The extension's been voted against, so we'll move on. Councillor Buick, would you like to speak, please, on the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'd like to speak, if that's
Okay,
possible.
thank you. Yep, please carry on.
I'm just trying to get a camera on there, Mr. Mayor.
You're fine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just keep this short. I think Councillor Mann put the points over what we needed to get over. Again, with regards to the COVID vaccine, it's individual choice and everybody should have the right to that. My mum got the COVID vaccine last Saturday at Grindon, which is her choice and fully go along with. But again, it's for public safety. Everybody can see that. The majority of the people understand why. But again, I'll just emphasise it is personal choice. People want to do the right thing to get the country back on track. And that's all I would like to say on the matter.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Buick. Does anyone else wishes to speak on the amendment, please?
Councillor Hodson. Councillor Armstrong. Councillor O'Brien.
Anybody else?
I don't think there's anybody else, Mr Mayor. Councillor Mann, you have a right of reply on the amendment. Sorry, apologies, Councillor. Councillor Mann, you do. Apologies for that. You don't. As you've moved the amendment, it's Councillor Walker who has the right of reply.
Oh, may I be allowed one sentence, Mr. Mayor?
No, no, I'm not. No.
In that my
No.
speech was
Councillor Mann,
interrupted by
Councillor Mann,
Councillor O'Brien,
Councillor
so
Mann,
therefore
right.
I didn't have my correct time. So that wasn't taken into consideration, the interruptions. I would like that to be recorded, please.
Well, I'm sorry.
Conspiracy theory.
Just before we start, Mr. Mayor, my internet connection went down just before the hands were allowed to put the hands up. Do I need to raise my hand to speak on the amendment?
No, I've got you down to speak because you've got the right of reply. So I'll bring you in after the three speakers have spoken. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hodgson, now you can begin.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I'm sorry, I hope the sight of my socks didn't cause the stream to drop. All I wanted to say was I didn't expect to have to speak on this amendment, and I'm the biggest defender of people's freedom of speech, but there is a limit to freedom of speech, and that's when it starts to harm others. If we as councillors, or if I as a councillor were to propagate a myth or a conspiracy, that could lead to actual physical harm to another human being. I think that's the case in this. In fact, throughout Pam Mann's speech, I was getting increasingly worried that it was giving justification for the anti-vaccination position, which is really worrying and not something we want to be broadcasting. There's enough, the NHS have enough of a challenge, even within hospitals, controlling people getting vaccinated and protecting them from being sort of removed, and anti-vaccination messages. It would be irresponsible of us as councillors to do anything other than promote good health and the vaccination programme. So my group will have to vote against this amendment. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Armstrong.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak against this amendment as well. I think the wording, changing the words, is just facilitating anti-vax theories to be able to use this motion as well. I agree with Councillor Buick, it is a matter of personal choice, but if we let people talk who are contradicting every bit of decent scientific evidence on this, we've heard from our NHS people, we've all clapped on the doorsteps, and we're going to kick them in the teeth by publicly challenging the life-saving measures that are going to be put in place here. These words have impacts and can cost lives. If we spread disinformation, it's encouraged disinformation by not challenging it. We've heard today of a Wisconsin pharmacist who's pled guilty to tampering with vaccines. He's listened to all these theories. He could have killed 57 people. He's tampered with 57 vaccines that people won't get to protect their lives. We've passed the thing of 100,000 people dying today. We've got to be fairly assertive. Yeah, there is free choice. People can listen to us when we're telling the truth and telling them the accurate scientific information from the scientists and the public health experts that we're getting privileged to get the information of. We've got to spread the truth and challenge lies and conspiracy theories, I'm afraid. So I won't be, although I agree with the free speech as well. I thought Councillor Mann should have been allowed to finish her point, actually, even though I disagree with it. But I think this amendment, it just gives too much leeway. It's muddying the waters again, changing it to like taking out promoting such theories to challenging misinformation. Well, you're allowing the anti-vaxxers to say, I am challenging misinformation. They're listening to someone on a probably in the underpants sitting in the mum's house on a website telling you the facts, but that's your facts, not the scientific community. I'm sorry. I would be opposing this motion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor O'Brien.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak on this at all, but I thought I had to, given my position on this, is that I live with my grandmother, who is an 80-year-old woman who is desperate to get vaccinated. And I've had a resident call me today, in fact, saying that she was unsure about getting vaccinated because she heard that it was dangerous to her, when all the scientific evidence points otherwise. And I can't abide that councillors in this chamber, in this institution, are spreading misinformation, what could cost people's lives. This isn't an election promise. This is legitimately life and death situations here. We are in a position where we can promote real good and real good change within our communities. Saying that you have a choice to get vaccinated, that's true, is your choice if you want to get vaccinated or not. But it's also the scientific evidence suggests that getting vaccinated is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do for you, and your parents and your grandparents, etc. People's lives are on the line, and muddying the waters like the UKIP councillors are doing here is dangerous, in my opinion. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Councillor Dr. Jeffrey Walker, I believe you've got the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Councillors Armstrong, Hodson, O'Brien for their comments. I want to be very brief, Mr. Mayor. My feeling is that the amendment is against the spirit of the motion, and it aims to neutralise the role of councillors as community champions in proactive involvement in promoting the case against anti-vaxxers. We therefore oppose the amendment and ask all those who support the original motion to vote against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Can we now arrange a vote on the amendment, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can the officer please confirm when the electronic vote is available, please?
Mr. Mayor, vote 4 is available online now.
Thank you. Right. She doesn't.
Could members please stop voting now? And could the officer provide the initial figures from the electronic vote, please?
Mr Mayor, we've had 3 votes for, 35 votes against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. I'll now take the votes from those members who haven't been able to vote electronically. So Councillor Hodgson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Waller.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Doris McKnight.
Against, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Noble.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Wood.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
Against, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Amy Wilson.
Against, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Strongly against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Denny Wilson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Leadbitter. Councillor Leadbitter, have you been able to vote?
Yes, against.
Thank you. Councillor Howe, have you been able to vote, please? I don't think any of the members have their hands up. Councillor Howe, were you able to vote electronically?
Did you get my vote against, Councillor Howe?
Against, thank you.
Thank you.
So have all members now voted on the amendment? Thank you. If the officer could provide the new total then, please.
Mr Mayor, there have been 3 votes for, 62 votes against and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further amendments, comments? Okay, can I ask members if they agree the substantive motion, the original motion, please?
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the second one, the second notice of motion, and it's regarding supporting families in financial hardship. I call upon the portfolio holder for children, learning and skills, Councillor Farthing, to read and move the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. This council recognises the need to support families suffering longer-term financial hardship in this city, in addition to those who have been affected by the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and overlooked by central government. Such families include those finding themselves in food poverty, unable to access regular food, nutritious food for themselves and family, and increasingly reliant on food banks, including those finding themselves increasingly dependent upon the temporary £20 increase to universal credit recently announced by the Chancellor. Those in working poverty, perhaps on legacy benefits just above the threshold for free school meals, those who have been furloughed but are only receiving 80% of their contracted hours. The Council therefore resolves to appoint the portfolio holder for children, education and skills to act as this Council's food justice champion, who will lead on and have responsibility for tackling food poverty locally, taking the necessary steps in supporting the establishment of a food partnership to bring together partners to develop a food action plan to address the causes of food poverty. Instruct the Cabinet Secretary in conjunction with the Executive Director of Corporate Services to review the support available to such residents and what additional actions could be put in place to provide support to those in working poverty. Write to the Chancellor Rishi Sunak and to the Prime Minister Boris Johnson, demanding that the £20 increase to universal credit is made permanent and extended to claimants on legacy benefits. That if this is not forthcoming, to work with the other local government organisations to form a coalition to pressure the government to make the £20 increase to universal credit permanent. That's the end of the proposal, Mr. Mayor.
Right, it just had the word it just had the word continued on the button. I wasn't sure. Okay, thank you, Councillor Farthing. Councillor Rowntree, would you like to second the motion?
I'll second the motion, Mr. Mayor. Reserve the right to speak.
Okay, Councillor Farthing, can you please speak to the motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, there is no doubt in my mind that families across Sunderland have been adversely impacted by the COVID pandemic. This has manifested itself in the increased use of food banks and growing applications for free school meals from all parts of Sunderland. This despite the £20 weekly boost to working age benefits. The number of children in receipt of free school meals was 9,986 in January 2020, representing 24.2% of pupils in. By October, this had risen to 11,274, representing 27.2% of pupils. The January 2021 census figures are awaited with concern. The levels of deprivation in Sunderland are reported in successive indices of multiple deprivation, a higher than average number of working age benefit recipients relating to low pay and 0 hours contracts, and higher than average levels of indebtedness, that the city is likely to have significant numbers of residents facing both food crisis and food insecurity. Food insecurity has been defined in several ways, but most commonly linked to the inability of people to obtain nutritionally adequate and safe foods, or the inability to acquire these due to limited financial resources. Although people in food security may not use food banks, they may often go hungry and either skip meals or face severely restricted diets, mainly cheap carbohydrates, bread, potatoes and rice. Many also increasingly worry about the likelihood of not being able to consistently feed themselves or their families. The latter is normally exacerbated by school holidays and lack of free school meals during this period. The increase in both food crisis and food insecurity have been linked to the significant programme of welfare reform between 2010 and 2020. It has been estimated that in Sunderland lost £150 million per year by 2020 due to the major reforms, the equivalent of £840 for every working age adult. Staggering figures, and I'll read them again so they can sink in. £150 million in lost benefits and £150 million from the local economy. Child Poverty Action Group research showed that with more cash, families bought additional fruit and vegetables for their children. I would like to now turn to the National Food Bank position, which is a great indicator of growing food insecurity, and it is a national disgrace. While churches and other faith groups and charities have always supported people, including to help feed them, the growth of dedicated food banks really started in the UK from 2010 as a response to austerity. Back in 2010, there was an estimated 50 food banks, rising to just over 2,100 in 2019-20. 1,200 of these work as part of the Trussell Trust network, and there are at least 929 independent food banks. The supply of a 3-day food parcel from Trussell Trust increased from 41,000 in 2010 to just over 1.9 million in 2019-20. Again, I'll repeat it because it's so unbelievable. 41,000 in 2010 to 1.9 million in 2019-20. And members will note that these are pre-pandemic figures. Accurate figures from the independent sector are not available, but based on proxy, it has been estimated that over 3 million food parcels in total were distributed by the independent sector and Trussell Trust in the last financial year. Why do people use food banks? It may be stating the obvious, but because they are desperate. They are in crisis. There is a general reluctance to use food banks. Even people living in poverty have pride. Most food banks operate by agency assessment and referral, though some do allow self-referral and a more open door access. 3 main categories have been identified triggering food bank use: problems with benefits, adverse life experiences such as eviction, ill health and divorce, and the exhaustion of formal and informal support from friends and family. More detailed research by Trussell Trust identified the following. 94% of people were facing real destitution and were unable to buy essentials to stay warm, dry, clean and fed. Over 75% of people were in arrears, most commonly with rent, and 40% were also repaying debts, the majority to the DWP for advance payments, previous and often disputed benefit overpayments, as well as direct deductions. I feel this is the most innocuous aspect of the current universal credit system. The 5-week delay in making payment because of the assumption of monthly salary. An advance payment results in indebtedness and an obligation to repay the debt, even if work is secured. Benefits must be paid after a maximum of 5 days of a change in paid employment status, whether that is job loss or a reduction in hours, in order to remedy this. The biggest reported increase in food bank approaches over recent years, however, is for people on low incomes or benefits. 39% of Trussell Trust referrals in 2019-20 were for people that were unable to manage on their actual income, which would include work and out-of-work benefits, rather than an immediate specific crisis. The increase in poverty, surely relating to benefits having been frozen and not keeping up with inflation, a deliberate choice within the Tory Lib Dem policy of austerity. The Food Standards Agency estimates food insecurity was experienced by 16% of adults in the UK, 7.8 million people, and these figures had doubled during the pandemic. That would be over 15 million people. The local picture mirrors that national picture to some extent, with a significant growth in food bank operations and supply over recent years, and with a further increase during the pandemic. There have been dedicated food banks operating in Sunderland since at least 2012, with both Washington Community Food Project and Salvation Army being long-standing operations. With some initial council support, Sunderland Food Bank began in 2017 and since then has expanded its operations to 9 distribution centres. In the calendar year 2018, the combined figures for Sunderland Food Bank and Washington Community Food Project were for food parcels 3,470 and the number of people fed 6,211. By 2020, with the increase of 5 independent food bank providers, the figures had more than doubled, with 8,355 food parcels and 15,676 people fed. These figures still underestimate food bank use as it is an incomplete picture. Although the council is obtaining more information from other food banks and providers, there is no requirement on them to provide information. Organisations such as Chance, Mickey's Place and Beat Tower provide significant numbers of low-cost free meals and food supplies. Some of this provision may be provided to people in crisis, which has served to depress the potential demand on local food banks, especially during the pandemic. But much of it is more likely to be used by people on low incomes that face food insecurity because of this. The council is trying to obtain a better picture of the overall support from food banks and other meal providers. Nationally, the government has announced that they will be introducing a measure of food insecurity in its annual DWP household income and living standards survey. This should provide a proxy for the number of residents facing food insecurity, as it is otherwise difficult to establish ballpark figures for food insecurity. The government has extended its holiday activities and food programme, and Sunderland Council has been successful in its bid this year, and I'm looking forward to being involved in the planning and the interaction with the voluntary sector agencies from across the city. The introduction of infant-free school meals was a positive move to promote food justice. However, the benefit of this provision is only available for children in school, and council members have contacted me about the hardship this causes to many parents across the city during lockdown. What could be done to improve the situation? Well, first of all, to improve the benefit system to remove the 5-week delay, remove the 2-child limit and maintain the additional £20 a week increase. Ensure that those in work are paid the real living wage as a minimum. Extend universal free school meals to all school-aged children, and provide vouchers to cover holiday provision, which gives families choice. I welcome the challenge of becoming the food justice champion and see my role in supporting the partnership of the council with the other anchor institutions and the voluntary sector to ensure that we have community gardens and orchards and an adequate supply of allotment spaces. Outlets where nourishing food can be purchased at discounted prices, so those with low incomes can retain both their dignity and their health. I will welcome support and suggestions from council members on how we can improve food justice in Sunderland. I am delighted to move this motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. Does anyone else wish to speak on the motion, please?
I would wish to speak, Mr. Mayor.
You've got a right of reply, so I'm gonna bring you in later, Councillor Rowntree.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, Mr. Mayor, the members indicating are Councillor Noble, Councillor Johnston, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Williams, Councillor Samuels, Councillor McDonough, Councillor Mullen,
Anybody else, or do you think we've got everybody?
just checking, Mr. Mayor. I think that's everybody who had their hand raised. Perhaps if there are any members whose name I haven't taken, if they could indicate now. I think that's everybody then, Mr. Mayor. So the speakers, just to run through again, are Councillors Noble, Johnston, Armstrong, Williams, Samuels, McDonough, Mullen, Councillor Rowntree, who reserved the right to speak, and Councillor Farthing has the right of reply.
Okay, thank you, Elaine. That's the list I had. So, Councillor Noble, would you like to begin, please? I can't hear you, Councillor Noble. I don't know whether there's been a...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm so glad I have the opportunity.
Councillor Noble, I can't hear you. What I'll do is I'll just move on and then I'll come back to you if that's okay. Councillor Johnston?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will also be supporting this motion tonight. I think this last year has taught us more than ever that any one of us could find ourselves or our families in financial hardship. Despite efforts, many people have lost their jobs.
To talk about this issue.
Councillor Noble, there was a breakdown in communication, and I've moved on to the next speaker, but I will come back to you and give you the opportunity to speak if you just give us a few moments. Councillor Johnson, would you like to carry on?
Hello. Can you hear?
Can somebody? Yeah. Could somebody message Councillor Noble and just tell her I'll come back to her? Councillor Johnston, would you like to carry on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just start again. I mean, this last year has taught us more than ever that any one of us could find ourselves or our families in financial hardship. And despite efforts, many people have lost their jobs. Businesses have closed down, and workers have been asked to take pay cuts or work reduced hours. Many families have relied on the financial assistance from the government to keep food on the table, and universal credit is one of those lifelines that has helped many people keep their heads above water. The current increase of universal credit, though, was only temporary and is due to end in April. This will hit 25,000 families across our city. If this intervention comes to an end as planned, 75% of people that Citizens Advice help with debt who receive universal credit won't be able to cover their living costs, with many facing increased debt and limited options to increase their income. The Conservative government found billions to fund a circular test and trace system that doesn't work, yet when it comes to supporting our families in most need and those on the lowest incomes, silence. What happened to looking after our own? This is not the first time I've spoken on this subject at a full council meeting. A quote I used 2 years ago can still be used now. Levels of child poverty are not just a disgrace, but a social calamity and an economic disaster in the 5th largest economy in the world. The words and findings of Philip Alston, the UN Poverty Envoy to the UK over 2 years ago now, and nothing has changed since. Mr. Mayor, I'm so proud of the Coalfield Christmas Appeal that was set up to support families and children in the run-up to Christmas last year. And I can't praise my ward colleague, Councillor Melanie Thornton, and Hetton Town Councillor Tracy Dodds enough for all their time and dedication and work into setting up this project to support families and children, not just in the Coptail ward, but across the coalfields. And with the help of Hillary Event from Hetton New Dawn, we were able to support 114 families and 265 children in that process. A massive thank you to everyone who got behind the project and also volunteered their time. A reminder that there are still people who will stand up and fight poverty, not poor people in our communities. Families in Sunderland deserve support in this crisis, not further cruel cuts. Providing enough for people to meet their costs is essential and gives security for the future, as well as increased spending to support the local economy. Making this uplift permanent universal credit will provide a safety net for those experiencing financial hardship during this difficult period. And for those who continue to say they aren't interested in politics and they aren't political in our communities, just need to simply remember this: austerity could have easily spared the poor if the political will had existed to do so. The government's neglect of those in need over the last 11 years has only deepened the COVID crisis we're all paying for their political choices that they've made time and time again. Let's hope, Mr. Mayor, that there's more of us who will continue to stand up and strive for a more equal, healthier, secure and happier society for all of us. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Noble, have you got connection?
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can, Councillor Noble.
Brilliant. I'll keep my camera off. Sorry for that technical difference. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am so glad I have the opportunity to talk about this issue, albeit I personally wish in the 21st century, as one of the richest countries in the world, that no one was experiencing the levels of poverty that we are now seeing. Whilst I wholeheartedly support this motion of notice, I do feel that this is just the first step of a long road ahead. I have been working at a grassroots level, delivering frontline services throughout the whole of the pandemic with the local community in my capacity as a charity manager. I have seen firsthand the devastating effect that financial hardship is having on our residents. Well, let's start with the positives. I echo everything our leader has said in his COVID update at the start of this meeting. The absolutely fantastic work Sunderland City Council teams, officers, community resilience team, Fair Share, food banks, local businesses, residents, community and voluntary organisations who have all pulled together with their resources and funding to ensure that our most vulnerable and isolated residents have been and will continue to be supported. For this, I commend and applaud our city and all those people for the hard work we have achieved over the last 10 months during the pandemic. But I just want to highlight some key issues. So we'll have a look at the support on offer at the minute. The £20 uplift for people on universal credit and working tax credits. This is great and has helped many. But what about those on legacy benefits? Those who have not transitioned onto universal credit, benefits such as income support, job seekers allowance, employment support allowance, housing benefit, child tax credits. I really need somebody to justify and explain why the government has forgot these people for the last 10 months. What about those people who have lost hours, who have been furloughed, self-employed, these people who have had little or no support? Who was it that, due to government failings, had to step in and support these families? In a nutshell, it was us, the council, using our budgets to ensure these residents had support. Us as ward councillors using community chest and walk and talk budgets. Us in the community and voluntary sector supported by funders and local businesses who pulled together, hit the ground running and gave help where needed. There's another issue that is a topic of conversation by residents, and I think Councillor Farthing's touched on this, regarding free school meals. The government clearly states on their website, and I quote, "Schools should provide meal options for all pupils who are in school, including vulnerable children and the children of critical workers. Meals should be available free of charge to all infant pupils, pupils who meet the benefit-related free school meals eligibility criteria. The government will continue to provide schools with their expected funding for benefits-related free school meals and universal infant free school meals throughout this period, but only if they are attending school." So just for clarity, all infant school children, according to the government, are universally eligible for free school meals regarding income. So I've looked closely on the government website, and it does not say anywhere that universally eligible infant school children will not be eligible if the government decides that the schools are shut, or have to isolate, or get sent home because somebody in their bubble has symptoms, and for any other reasons these children cannot go to school. It just says that they would need to be attending school. The government are not supporting these families. They are excluding those who are universally eligible for free school meals, those children whose families need help more than ever now. So, not only do these families who may be just above the threshold on low incomes, being furloughed, on legacy benefits, not only do they not get the extra £20 uplift, we've actually took away the free school meals for them. How on earth is that fair? Talk about kicking somebody when they were down. No wonder our food banks and community food projects have provided over an extra 8,000 meals during the pandemic. Does that not tell people anything? Because it tells me that people are struggling to feed their families, struggling to keep their heads above water financially. The total of universal credit claimants in the city increased by approximately 55%. That's over 10,000 residents in the first 2 months after COVID started. The latest information shows that UC claimant numbers in our city has increased from just over 18,000 to just under 31,000 since the start of the pandemic. Over 13,000 residents are having to claim benefits, and many of them are for the first time. And let's just remember, people claiming universal credit do not have to be unemployed. In fact, there's been an increase, and for want of a better phrase, of working poor, claimants, people just above the threshold for other support. At the end of 2020, I felt from our communities that good old-fashioned British camaraderie, goodbye to a crappy year and bring on 2021. It cannot get any worse. Until at 8 o'clock on January the 4th, with just 12 hours notice, businesses again had to close. Livelihoods were immediately affected. Savings had gone. In the bleakest month of the year, when most people struggle after Christmas, the government gave the shortest of notices and it was bang. Here we go again. The stark, cold truth is that we are seeing more and more people using food banks, getting into debt after having a significant reduction in their incomes, losing overtime, using savings and relying on family and friends to help them through what has been the most challenging 10 months, not just for our city, but for the country and the world. And we're still going through it. We need to be a council who leads change, who puts the needs of residents before they get to crisis point. I'm actually not interested in what other councils are doing. I'm only interested in what we are doing, how we are leading the way to help and support our residents who, in whatever capacity, have now found themselves in financial difficulties. The £500 grant for businesses who have been financially affected is a good start. We must support these people. We must be proactive in terms of how we reach out to our residents with support. We have done absolutely amazing so far, but we need to do more. We need to invest in post-COVID support, lobby the government to help local businesses, families and individuals. We must restore people's dignity, improve their mental health and give them hope for the future. So when this motion is passed, I will be asking the Food Justice Champion to look into concerns I have raised tonight as a matter of urgency. I would be urging our council and the Food Justice Champion to ensure that our community resilience team and welfare rights service are financially supported to cope with the huge increase of demand in services for the thousands of extra potential residents who may need this vital service and our support. As I said in the beginning, I've worked on the front line in the community for 10 exhausting months, delivering COVID-19 response work, and I could sit all night giving you heartbreaking examples of genuine people who are struggling due to money issues. I could, but I'm not going to, because I feel our time will be best utilised by getting off our backsides, put action where our mouths are, and start to make positive changes for our city and our residents. I do, however, want to give you a direct quote from one person who has suffered with issues I have previously mentioned. He was a taxi driver, he had loss of income, his wife a self-employed hairdresser, kids not eligible for free school meals, coping with homeschooling, bereavement, isolation and all the other stuff COVID has brought to this family. His words to me just before Christmas was, "Karen, honestly, I don't worry about giving me help. I've had enough. I just want to make sure my wife and kids are okay, but I don't want to be here anymore. I've just had enough." Fortunately, with the support from services I have previously mentioned, he is still here. We gave him help. It's not the end of his or his family's journey by a long way, but he now has light at the end of his dark tunnel. We still have post-COVID to come, where we have to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves, and try and get our lives and our city back together. So please support this motion and let's start creating light for people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. Councillor Waller, you had your hand up. Councillor Waller, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I've got my hand up. It didn't come up the last time, sorry.
Right. Can I inquire what you wanted?
Sorry?
Can I inquire why your hand's up?
I would like to speak on the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Well, we've obviously missed you, so what I'll do is I'll I'll bring you in later. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bye. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this amendment. I think it's a great idea. Unfortunately, poverty and food shortages and everything is a tragic side effect of this COVID that we're enduring. I think hopefully this is a non-political move. I think all the parties will support this. Today I was speaking to a company called Company Shop, who are a nationwide non-profit organisation who not only provide cut price food, but they also have a cafe where they've been issuing free children's meals, and they've got educational courses and all sorts to bring jobs. So I'll pass those details to Councillor Farthing and hope in our new role she can utilise companies like this to bring the best to our communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I will be supporting this notice of motion as well. We are actually living in really challenging times at the moment, and the pandemic has absolutely decimated the lives of some of our families in there. We can call people, we can name people anything from work in poverty. The other one I've heard is jam, which is just about managing. And, you know, for me, those people tend to have a huge amount of pride and don't particularly ask for anything and get into a crisis quite easily. You know, quite often you can be going along, you're claiming benefits if you're on universal credit or you're working, and you're claiming benefits to get you up to a level. You're working very hard, but things do drop you in from time to time. The washer breaks, the kids need shoes that you bought a month ago. Your gas bill's huge because it's so cold, you've got everything on. And that just tips people over the edge. Often with things like food, families, particularly parents, particularly mothers, I find, would rather not eat so that their children can still have decent food to let them grow. But, you know, as a parent, you still need to have good nutrition in order to be able to keep your family together. We need to get that element of it sorted out. Universal credit or any benefits just aren't generous, and you don't actually live, you totally exist. As I said before, you can easily fall in there. You hear some horrible cases because you think, why do things go wrong? And the one that really sticks in my mind was a lady who went along to a food bank for some help. Her and her husband had everything sorted out. His salary paid for the food and the clothing, this sort of thing. Her salary paid for the mortgage and the bills, and everything was fine until he left her a week after payday. So she had no money. Everything was paid for as far as the house was concerned, but she had no money to buy food because that was in reality his responsibility. And she had to present to a food bank to look at getting that sorted until she could get everything in place. That can happen to any of us. None of us are immune to tragedies like that happening to us. As a council, and I would say within the portfolio that I'm part of, we do offer many, many services and, you know, benefits checks, community resilience, we offer food parcels, we support food bank networks. The company shop, as Councillor Armstrong has just mentioned there, is a very big player in this game. And, you know, you need your pass to get in there, but it's buying good food at really good prices. And it would be fabulous if that were replicated everywhere else. You don't know, you can't go with a shopping list, but you go and pick up what you have. I've found our community is extremely generous in giving to our food banks in a whole range of different ways. Anything that comes up, most of the food banks will put a list of what they're needing. Our residents are very good at doing that. We have a particularly good example in Washington called Leave a Tin, which I think are collecting this weekend, and they will go around and collect from people's houses and collect them all together and deliver them to wherever the agreed delivery point is at that. We did have that mention there about Food Banks Plus, and Mickey's Place has already been highlighted in there in Washington. They do food three days a week for families, and I think it's been a bit of a challenge with some of the vegetables, for example, that families aren't used to eating or know what to do, and it's explaining to something that like strange looking purple thing is an aubergine, and it's really quite nice if you cook it in this way. And we've got out of the way of cooking. We all seem to enjoy a takeaway, and I do. I enjoy eating out, but at the same time, I'm amazed at the amount of people who can't actually cook. And we need to get back to us all being able to do that. You know, most people can manage maybe a cup of tea and a bit of toast, but we want a little bit more of that with our residents. We need to be supporting people to explore the whole range of food that there is there. Use food in season, and you get a much better impact than that. Also, remember, when food parcels are going out to some families, we need to know what they have at home. If they've got only a kettle, it's pointless giving them tins of beans and pasta because they're not going to be able to cook it. We need to know, do you have a kettle? Do you have a microwave? Which actually does most of them. Some people don't have a fridge. Some people don't have a cooker. So it's about being able to give people what they need, and in order to be able to look after themselves properly. And I suppose we've had all the government comments through this. I remember Rishi Sunak talking about we need to use our own savings to support our communities. Well, I tell you what, Rishi, if you put your savings in to support the community, I'll put mine in as well. And I suppose finally, just remember, we're all a couple of paychecks away from being in this position ourselves, and our lives being devastated. It can happen to any of us, and I think we just all need to be aware of that. We need to support this motion. We need to press with government that they need to do that element of support, keep that £20 going, and let's just give people dignity and give people choices to be able to live a good, successful life. We're in an area of high inequality, and we need to begin to put that right. And, you know, we have some fab people out there, as Councillor Noble raised. We have charities, we have our voluntary and community sector who are supporting our people, but we need the government to step up and get this right for us. I support the motion, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Point of order, please, Mayor of Sunderland. It's Niall Hodson.
Yes, Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Mayor of Sunderland. There have been some excellent and compelling speeches tonight, but under Rule 13.12 of the Rules of Procedure, can I ask that the question now be put?
Okay, can you just give me a moment, Councillor Hodson?
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hodson. I've just had to take some advice. I do agree with you. Actually, I think the motion's been spoke about sufficiently. Does it have a seconder to take the vote now?
Councillor Andrew Wood. I second the motion.
Second.
Right. Do we need to have an electronic vote?
So, Mr. Mayor, the first question is that you would need to put the procedural motion to the vote. So what members will be being asked to vote on is that the question be now put. And if that motion is passed, then Councillor Farthing does have a right of reply before the original substantive motion is put to the vote. So the first vote is whether the question should be put.
Agreed.
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 Agreed. That seems fairly clear. Elaine, what's next, did you say?
So, Mr. Mayor, in that case, as the procedural motion has been carried, Councillor Farthing does have a right of reply before the motion, the actual substantive motion is put to the vote.
Okay. Councillor Farthing, please, you've got the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank those members that have had the opportunity to speak in support of the motion. I think it's a really important step that we're taking tonight to recognise the work that has been done in the city and the work that is still to be done. I mean, I'm looking forward to a programme post-COVID of enrichment, particularly for our children and young people who I think have really been blighted by this pandemic more than any other sector of the community. They've not had their lives yet. The older people who are getting the vaccine have had their lives and have had their enjoyment. The young people are being marginalised at probably the time of their lives when they should be really enjoying life. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I accept that we need to move on and we can take the vote now.
So, Elaine, is that right? We take the vote now? Yep.
Mr. Mayor, that's right. If a vote is required,
okay.
If a formal vote is required.
Okay, thank you. Can we? Is it the formal vote? Is it, Elaine?
No, can we just agree, Mr. Mayor? Verbally?
Yeah. Agreed. Okay, thank you, everybody. We now move on to number 3, which is a fair tax declaration. I call upon Councillor Armstrong to read and move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council notes that polling by the Institute for Business Ethics finds that corporate tax avoidance has, since 2013, been the clear #1 concern of the British public in relation to business conduct. It's been conservatively estimated that losses through just one form of tax avoidance, multinational profit shifting, could be costing the UK some £7 billion per annum in lost corporation tax revenues. An estimated 15% of public contracts have been won by companies with links to tax havens. 6 in 10 members of the public believe that the UK government and councils should examine the tax practices of such prospective contractors as part of the procurement process. The fair tax mark offers a means for businesses to demonstrate good tax conduct. Council believes that as a publicly funded body and a major procurer of goods and services, it should demonstrate good tax conduct. Council therefore resolves to sign the Councils for Fair Tax Declaration and furthermore to lead by example and demonstrate good practice in our tax conduct right across our activities by A, ensuring contractors implement IR35 robustly and pay any due employment taxes, B, shunning the use of offshore vehicles for the purchase of land and property, especially where this leads to reduced payments of stamp duty, C, undertaking due diligence to ensure that not-for-profit structures are not being used inappropriately as an artificial device to reduce the payment of tax and business rates, D, ensuring that there's clarity on the ultimate beneficial ownership of suppliers and their consolidated profit and loss position, given that a lack of clarity could be strong indicators of poor financial probity and weak financial standing. E, promoting fair tax mark certification of local businesses, our contractors, and in any business in which we have a significant stake in where corporation tax is due. And F, supporting local fair tax week events and celebrating the tax contribution made by responsible businesses. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Hodson, would you like to second the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I second the motion and in the interest of time, reserve the right to speak.
Okay. Councillor Armstrong, please, can you speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said in the motion, it was quite lengthy, so I'll try and keep this brief. There's quite a bit of text in the main body of the motion. It says 15%, like I said, 15% of contracts go to tax avoiders. That probably amounts to more than 15% of the worth of the contract, because I would imagine a lot of these contracts go to national bigger companies who've got better tax avoidance accountants and lawyers. So the value of those projects will probably be larger than the other 85%. I've got personal experience, a little bit of this, when I was on the NEPO website, which a lot of the local councils use a few years ago as a contractor. It appeared to me that we were fighting over the crumbs. A lot of the big contracts were already given to national companies and bigger companies. For instance, Carillion at the time, who were one of the major ones. And look what happened there. I'd love to see a lot more local companies given work, local companies who do pay their taxes, who are aware of the impact on their community. For instance, builders of what goes on and what the impact will be, not only by employing local people to do them, but also on the communities where things are built, for instance. I'm proud to be part of this council who do lead by example on many different things. For instance, climate change. We must have been one of the first councils who committed to a climate change emergency and were acting on it, which is fantastic. We've had awards recently for our tech industry, the work we're doing alongside them. Just last year, we had an award given, a national award. And the vaccine, we were all aware, the councillors who are working at the sharp end of this, the good work that's going on with our new public health appointments, Jerry Taylor and others, councillors and the VCS. We're in the middle of this and we're trying our best. Let's add tax avoidance to this list of credits that we've got. When you think of this, larger companies using offshore companies to dodge tax, it reminds us of President Trump last year or the year before, when he was asked about his tax records and asked why he didn't pay tax. He said it was the smart thing to do. I'm not sure that's smart. We've seen the effects of what our tax pound pays for, especially during this COVID pandemic. We've seen the NHS, we've seen teachers, we've seen emergency service workers, our armed forces. We've seen tax money supporting businesses locally and nationally to overcome the effects of this pandemic. So I would argue it's not smart to not pay a tax. It's pretty stupid, because it affects the whole community around your business, who are your customers as well as your friends and neighbours. So let's give these people who are our heroes, who do get part of our tax, to support them and support us more than a clap. Let's play our part in determining that the people who do the right thing are rewarded and given adequate resources, not only in this time, but for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I understand that the Deputy Leader has an amendment to the original motion. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The amendment is as follows. After resolves 2, can we delete sign and add support the principles of? After land and property, can we add by the council? After due diligence, can we add where resources allow? Can we then delete bullet point 4 and then add a final bullet point, continuing to use social value measures, including where appropriate, prioritising local companies in our procurement? So the substantive, well, the amended motion would read, Council notes that polling by the Institute of Business Ethics finds that corporate tax avoidance has, since 2013, been the clear #1 concern of the British public in relation to business conduct. It has been conservatively estimated that the losses through just one form of tax avoidance, multinational profit shifting, could be costing the UK some £7 billion per annum in lost corporation tax revenues. An estimated 15% of public contracts have been won by companies with links to tax havens. Next slide, please.
I think it's a little bit delay.
So yeah. 6 in 10 members of the public believe that UK government and councils should examine the tax practices of such prospective contractors as part of the procurement process. The Fair Tax Mark offers a means for businesses to demonstrate good tax conduct. This council believes that as a publicly funded body and a major procurer of goods and services, it should demonstrate good tax conduct. Yeah.
Is that it, or?
Yeah, well, I can read the rest of it. I've got it over here. Council therefore moves to resolve to support the principles of the councils for fair tax declaration, and furthermore to lead by example and demonstrate good practice in our council conduct right across our activities by ensuring contractors implement IR35 robustly and pay any due employment taxes, shunning the use of offshore vehicles for the purchase of land and property by the council, especially where this leads to reduced payments of stamp duty, undertaking due diligence where resources allow to ensure that not-for-profit structures are not being used inappropriately as an artificial device to reduce payment of tax and business rates, promoting fair tax mark certification to local businesses, our contractors, and in any business in which we have a significant stake and where corporation tax is due, supporting local Fair Tax Week events and celebrating the tax contribution made by responsible businesses, and continuing to use social value measures, including where appropriate, prioritising local companies in our procurement. And that I do believe is the end, Mr. Mayor.
Right, okay, thank you. Thank you. Leader, do you wish to second the amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ware. I second the amendment and reserve the right to speak.
Okay, thank you, Leader. Deputy Leader, do you want to speak?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I won't take long because it's been a long night, and so I'll get straight to the point. This is a fairly technical amendment, purely to ensure that the Labour Group is in a position to be able to support the clear direction of this with regards to doing what we can to take a position with regards to tax avoidance and tax evasion. Let's be honest about it. That in relation to the amendments, it's quite specific. We've amended bullet point 3 to take account of the significant work that might be involved if we were to look at proactively investigating companies. We removed bullet point 4 because it's related to the financial probity of companies, and really that's an issue for auditors. There might be an argument that auditors don't do their job, and Carillion's been mentioned, but it really is an issue that should be dealt with by auditors. And we thought we'd add the final bullet point that takes account of the social value work that the council is currently undertaking for the last 18 months in particular, and part of that is how, and I think Don mentioned it, how can we look towards using the systems of the council to help and support local businesses within this city? And that's so in that sense we thought it was important to put that additional point in. But ultimately, the general thrust of this motion we're fully supportive of, which is why we're saying that it's just amended to say that we support the principles of the declaration. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I would ask everybody to support the amended motion.
Does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment?
Councillor Hodson, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Michael Dixon, think they're the only speakers that I have, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Armstrong, you do have a right of reply in any event to the amendment. Could I just ask if there are any members who haven't indicated? Could they perhaps switch their camera and mic on if they wish to speak? There's nobody else there, Mr. Mayor, so therefore the speakers are Councillors Hodson, Doyle, Michael Dixon and the Leader Hadge reserve the right to speak, and Councillor Armstrong has the right of reply.
Okay, can you just give me a moment, members? Sorry, Councillor Hodson, I was just checking something there. Would you like to speak, please, on the amendment?
Yes, really quickly, Mayor Sunderland. I didn't really want to speak on this motion, but obviously I have to now that there's been an amendment. Earlier on in this meeting, we actually were critical of the UKIP councillors for attempting to water down a strong statement that the council was making regarding the vaccination programme. I'm afraid this amendment is exactly the same sort of thing. It's a watering down of a commitment. To say that we support something rather than commit to certain principles is weak. We all know that we need the government to take a firmer line on corporate tax avoidance, but the purpose of a motion like this and the reason we're discussing it is because we as councillors have powers to do things and to take action. And this is words rather than action. It's a cowardly position to take, and my group will be voting against it. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Councillor Stewart, will you put your video off, please? Okay, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this as brief as I can. The government has made very clear its zero tolerance policy towards businesses seeking to pay less than their fair share of tax, whether through tax avoidance, evasion, or non-compliance, and irrespective of their size. And the Conservative group will therefore be supporting both this motion and the amendment. No doubt, like all parties represented on this council, we wholeheartedly endorse the Conservative Party's manifesto commitment to tackle tax evasion, reduce opportunities for aggressive tax avoidance, and establish a single beefed up anti-tax evasion unit in HMRC. We also agree with the stated aims of the Fair Tax Mark certification scheme. Like them, we believe tax helps to fund vital public goods and services, something that Councillor Armstrong touched on earlier, and when paid fairly, ensures a level playing field for businesses large and small. And the Conservative group also shares their ambition to create a future where businesses are proud to pay their fair share of tax. Our only concerns, Mr. Mayor, relate to the size of the potential burden placed upon this council by some of the measures proposed, and I believe this amendment goes some way to address these. For example, determining ultimate beneficial ownership is a lengthy, costly and resource-intensive exercise that requires forensic attention to detail. Shunning the use of offshore vehicles for land and property acquisition is also an admirable aim. However, the original motion was not clear on how this could practically be achieved. Nevertheless, I would be grateful if, in his right of reply perhaps to this amendment, Councillor Armstrong could answer the following questions that our group would like some answers to. One, what form of due diligence would be required to establish whether or not a contractor hired by this council had correctly implemented IR35? Two, how narrowly is Councillor Armstrong defining the term offshore vehicle? And three, what, in his view, constitutes the inappropriate use of a not-for-profit structure? But let me be clear, Mr. Mayor, the Conservative group is fully supportive of the motion and this amendment, as well as the work being done by the Fair Tax Mark certification scheme, and we look forward to voting through this motion, whether amended or not, with colleagues from across the virtual chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Dixon.
Thanks very much indeed, Mr. Mayor. I'm linking this motion directly with the Community Wealth Building Group, which I've just joined in the last few weeks. There's myself and Councillors Stewart and Williams, not in any particular order, more alphabetical, and a lot of very talented and well-regarded officers of the council. And my first impression looking at Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Hodgson's motion was to support it, as Councillor Doyle has said. Councillor Stewart has brought in one or two slightly technical issues, which again, I'm pretty happy to support as well, along with the group. I mean, this subject of fair tax is absolutely vital to the community wealth building project. I mean, if we're talking about social value for assets, council assets, for procurement, and indeed there's a project going on about discussing social value in planning, then surely issues such as fair tax would come in very, very comfortably into that category. And I'd like to think that there's very little that separates the two motions, and I'd like to think that Councillor Stewart and the group could take on board a lot of what's been introduced and mentioned in the first motion tonight, because I think both motions take the council forward in the correct way. And I think it's a very, very good example of how community wealth building can be implemented with this council. So, Councillor Doyle has said, I'm prepared to support both the motion and the amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dixon. Lady, you reserve the right to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, we are not the HMRC. That is why Councillor Stewart has amended the motion and removed the bullet point, Councillor Hodgson. It's not weakness, it's the ability to actually do what the notice of motion in its original format was stressing needed to be done. I would like to thank Councillor Doyle for clearly putting the position forward on the posts that I was going to make. This is a massive amount of work for our finance team, who do not have hundreds of people in offices waiting just to start digging into company houses, multiple levels of accounts and tracing things along. It is completely impractical for the council to do that and would not work. We fully support the aims of the motion, which is why we're amending it to support it. I'd like Councillor Hodgson to reconsider his group's decision to not support the amendment. We believe this amendment allows the council to do all it can, given the resources it has. To do otherwise would be folly. So that's all I'll say on that, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure the Labour group want to support fair tax behaviour by everybody, but we have to live in the world where we can do what our resources allow, and our resources, quite bluntly, would not allow us to do what the original notice of motion set out. And that's not weakness, that's just practical behaviour. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Armstrong, you've got the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for everyone who's commented. I'm just going to come back. I kind of agree with Councillor Niall Hodgson. I think the amendment does allow us to agree in principle, but doesn't actually pin us down to doing anything. But it's a starting point. The last thing I want to do is see a motion come in that means the council loses a load of money for a principle, and then there's no kind of natural justice to that. We want the tax pounds in from these companies who are acting fairly so that we can use it, and we certainly don't want to be handcuffed to this. But I would say that people at the fair tax mark do have this scheme where I'd hope we could all sit down. I'm not an accountant. I don't know how long it takes. in the layman's terms, I thought you'd be able to look on company house accounts. If someone's made £1 billion and they've paid £10,000 tax, there's clearly a rabbit off there. So it might not be as simple as I'm saying, but the fair tax mark scheme, I'm sure there'll be ways around that. So I will accept the amendment on condition that it's a starting point, and we do try to prove that we're going to act on this this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Do we need to have a vote on the amendment?
You better ask Councillor Hodgson, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, we do.
Stephen as ever speaks for me, Mayor Sunlis.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't your voice.
As always.
Sorry?
Just agreeing with Councillor Hodgson saying as always, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Right, can we arrange an electronic vote on the amendment, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, but, if the officer could confirm when the vote is available, please.
Mr. Mayor, vote 5 is available online now.
Okay.
Read if the amendment's carried. Mr. Mayor, if members could stop voting electronically now, please. And if the officer could give us the initial figures, please.
Mr. Mayor, we've had 28 votes for, 9 votes against, and no abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll take votes from those members who have their hand raised now. So, Councillor Peter Gibson.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Ty.
I have actually voted electronically and did have a reply back.
Perhaps while we're taking the rest of the vote, one of the officers could see if they could check whether your vote was logged or not, Councillor Ty.
Oh, really?
Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
For the amendment, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Peterwood.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
For.
Councillor Harry Truman.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hodson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Farthing.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Denny Wilson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Roundtree.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
For the amendment, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
For the amendment.
Thank you. I wonder if the oh sorry, Councillor Bob Francis.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Have any members not been able to vote yet? And could I ask, have the governance officers been able to check whether Councillor Ty had voted electronically?
I can see that Councillor Ty's vote has been recorded for the amendment voted electronically.
Thanks very much. That concludes the vote, therefore, and could the governance officer provide the updated figures, please?
Voted electronically. Mr. Mayor, there have been 50 votes for, 11 votes against and no abstentions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That means the amendment has been carried.
Okay, so what I'll have to do is I'll have to read out the new substantive motion. Could we have that up on screen, please? If members just give us a few moments until it comes up. Yeah. Okay. So it was a fair tax declaration. This council notes that polling by the Institute of Business Ethics finds that corporate tax avoidance has, since 2013, been the clear #1 concern of the British public in relation to business conduct. It has been conservatively estimated that losses through just one form of tax avoidance, multinational profit shifting, could cost the UK some £7 billion per annum in lost corporation tax revenues. An estimated 15% of public contracts have been won by companies with links to tax havens. Next slide. 6 in 10 members of the public believe that the UK government and councils should examine the tax practices of such prospective contractors as part of the procurement process. The Fair Tax Marks offers a means for businesses to demonstrate good tax conduct. The council believes, as a public funded body and a major procurer of goods and services, it should demonstrate good tax conduct. Next slide, please. Council therefore resolves the principles of the Council for Fair Tax Declaration and furthermore lead by example and demonstrate good practice in our tax conduct right across our activities by ensuring contractors implement IR 35 robustly and pay any due employment taxes, shunning the use of offshore vehicles for the purchase of land and property by the council, especially where this leads to reduced payments of stamp duty, undertaking due diligence where resources are allowed to ensure that not-for-profit structures are not being used inappropriately as an artificial device to reduce the payment of tax business rates. Next slide, please. Promoting the Fair Tax Mark certification to local businesses, our contractors in any business in which we have significant stake and where the corporation tax is due. Supporting local Fair Tax Week events and celebrating the tax contribution made by responsible businesses, and by continuing the social value measures, including where appropriate, prioritising local companies in our procurement. I think that's the last one. Okay, so are there any further amendments or comments? Is that no? Okay. Council, do we agree the substantive motion, or is it necessary to put it to the vote?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Vote.
Agreed.
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 Okay, thank you. We're now going to move on to number 4. We'll now deal with the notice of motion, which is on the subject of park and cemetery wardens. I call upon Councillor McKeith to read and move the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the motion reads as follows. Councillors with public parks and cemeteries in their wards have recently seen a rise in complaints from residents, including but not limited to antisocial behaviour and noise complaints, rat infestations, damaged furniture and play equipment, overflowing bins and dog waste, drug dealing, icy conditions. Council notes that these issues might be best dealt with by the reintroduction of park and cemetery wardens, and resolves 2, hold an online consultation among residents of the city relating to the reintroduction of park wardens, and should public support exist, reintroduce park wardens to deal with the kinds of issues identified above.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McKeith. Councillor Greener, would you like to second the motion?
Yes, I would like to second the motion, please, Mayor.
Right, thanks, Councillor Greener.
And reserve the right to speak as well, sorry.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McKeith, can you please speak to the motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must firstly outline that this motion is not meant to be political stunt, as others may think. In previous years, the Leader of the Council has emphasised that if we as the opposition wish for him to consider something to go into the budget, we must do it in good time. So as the Conservatives have included park wardens in our past alternative budgets, we thought we best bring it to full council in good time for the Labour group to consider for the budget itself as he requested. I must also admit it will make an appearance in our alternative budget again this year, but again to reiterate, this is to try and gain cross-party support for a much needed addition to our parks and cemeteries. As we see, the motion itself outlines the need for park wardens, but does not demand them immediately, as we feel it is necessary for the public to have engagement in this issue, as we have found this to be a popular suggestion in wards such as Barnes, St Peter's, St Michael's, Silksworth, Rye and others, which is why we ask the council to consult with residents first, and if a majority is held for the reintroduction of park wardens, the council resolves to do so. The reason we call for the reintroduction of park wardens is for the reasons I have previously outlined. However, I will go into a bit more detail. Across the city, we have seen a rise in rat infestations, which we feel a park or cemetery warden would see this as an issue and deal with it immediately without the hassle of contacting others. We've also seen a rise in antisocial behaviour in past years in various areas such as Roker Park. That, along with damaged furniture and equipment, which a warden would be on site to either deal with or deter such behaviour. In Barnes Ward, colleagues of mine have reported drug dealing, which residents have contacted them about. And while this behaviour is hard to control, again, we would see that a park warden could deter such behaviour in a public space where families visit. While I've outlined some points in which park and cemetery wardens are needed above, over the past few days in Roker Park, swans have been trapped in the ice, and while this is nature and they go where they wish, I've seen on social media and other platforms that the emergency services, along with the RSPCA, were called to help. While this is appreciated, we should not be burdening our emergency services with this in the height of our pandemic, when the council can resolve it themselves. For example, a park warden could be on hand to break ice to help free the animals without added pressure on essential services, while also being on hand to help it with icy conditions that may occur with such weather. As I move on, I note that there's been excellent work carried out in Backhouse Park over the past year or so, having spoken to my St Michael's Ward colleagues who work closely with the council and police where necessary. However, the very regular contact they have has been with the East Area Rangers led by Daniel from ICOS, who have a variety of functions in the park, including litter picks and maintaining the greenery. The park is very popular and used more than ever by dog walkers, families and young children, and families of all ages. A very appropriate extension of their duties would be as the park warden themselves, so they could oversee all related activities and issues that arise. In this example of budget funding for this new role could come from an area perspective or any other areas of funding. So in conclusion, Mr Mayor, I would encourage all members to support this motion. Doing so would open a consultation with the public to join up efforts already underway by some area committees and take pressure off our police and fire services. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I understand that the leader wishes to move an amendment. Leader, could you move it and read it out, please?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. The first paragraph, add some before councillors, add overall after arising, add covering multiple unconnected issues after residents, delete text after council notes, and then add that there is no single solution to these issues and therefore resolves to undertake a review of how we can support our cemeteries and public parks once it is safe to do so as part of our annual Let's Talk consultation exercise with local residents, and to refer the findings of this annual consultation with residents to area committees for prioritisation, ensuring local solutions within their communities. Do you want me to read the full proposed amendment out now, Mr Mayor?
If you could, please, Leader.
Thank you. Some councillors with public parks or cemeteries in their wards have recently seen a rise in overall complaints from residents covering multiple unconnected issues, including but not limited to antisocial behaviour and noise complaints, rat infestations, damaged furniture and play equipment, overflowing bins and dog waste, drug dealing and icy conditions. Council notes that there is no single solution to these issues and therefore resolves to undertake a review of how we can support our cemeteries and public parks once it is safe to do so as part of our annual Let's Talk consultation exercise with local residents, and to refer the findings of this annual consultation with residents to area committees for prioritisation, ensuring local solutions within their communities. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Leader. Deputy Leader, do you wish to second the amendment?
Can I second the amendment, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right to speak? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Leader. Leader, would you like to talk on the amendment, please?
I will. I'll keep this short. The Labour group want to support this notice of motion, but it needed amending because we felt it had to focus on the complaint issues and how we would engage with those with our communities, given the diverse nature of the list of complaint items that were listed in the original notice of motion, and the practicalities, to be blunt, of how as a council we would look to deal with some or all of these matters. And the focus for us seemed to be that it was aiming squarely at park and cemetery wardens, who are not necessarily the answer to the problems that the original notice of motion raised. It's very, very difficult as a council for us to see how we would pay for a team of park wardens. So I'm looking forward to the Conservative group's recommendations regarding that for council budget. Given that we're having to use reserves this year, next year we're having to cut over 10 million from our budget and 40 million from the budget in total by 2023-24. Now, if the government would only fund local authorities properly and undo 10 years of austerity politics that have taken over £2 billion out of this local authority's coffer since 2010, and that is a cut of £315 million from our revenue totals today compared to what it was back then, we might indeed find it easier to find the money to pay for these issues. But I want to focus on the genuine complaint issue which is raised, which I think is valid and worth looking at. And our view is that we need to take that through Let's Talk, which has clearly been a positive success with our residents, and find out what they want us to do. So I'm hoping that the Conservative group will accept our amendment in the spirit that it's given, knowing that we're fully aware they're going to bring this as an item to Finance Council, and that is absolutely appropriate, so that we can get the amendment agreed and get this notice of motion through, given that time is moving on. So I'll leave it there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Councillor Haswell, Councillor Denny Wilson, Councillor Pam Mann, Mr. Mayor, I don't see any other hands raised. I wonder if there are any other members who wish to speak who haven't been able to indicate, if they could switch their camera and mic on, please. Mr. Mayor, that's nobody else, and therefore the speakers are Councillor Haswell, Denny Wilson and Pam Mann, and the Deputy Leader reserved the right to speak.
Okay. Leader, can you just put your video off, please?
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Councillor Haswell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to cover off for both the amendment and the substantive, regardless of whether it gets voted through. Lib Dem Group will be voting against the amendment, but for the substantive, regardless of whether it gets amended. Key reasons for that is we support the overall aims of the motion. We need to see more done about our cemeteries and parks. I myself regularly get complaints about Bishop Wearmouth Cemetery, about Hilton Road playing fields, and have, you know, accepted the invite of the leader to come and meet him with at the time Councillor Mordy, talk about problems, and I am now 9 meetings later with the bereavement team, services team, and still it's really slow on progress. Something needs to be done urgently to deal with the problems that we've got overflowing bins, as I say, damaged park furniture. It's great that we're getting some movement through area committees, so we're getting some money to go into local parks in the west. I don't know about other areas, but having boots on the ground, as it were, looking into these issues and reporting back on a daily basis would be incredibly important, because the constant complaints we're getting about them are antisocial behaviour, which we raise with the police as councillors, rat infestations, which we raise with the council, and the other issues, and little action is actually happening, or it's like pulling teeth to get it done. So yes, we support the substantive. We'll be voting against the amendment, but voting in favour of whatever's left at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Denny Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I thought the leader was really restrained, and I think Councillor McKeith's right. We are looking at this cynically. It is just a headline grabber. That's all they're after. And I'm really disappointed that Tories in the north are involved in this, and I'll sort them out when we get them back home. Can I just tell you what we're doing in the north? The leader's right. There's lots of... We've got a great team in the north for the council and the police, and when we do have any problems, they sort them out straight away. With the regards to swans, what Josh mentioned, the RSPCA were called, they came and freed them. With the rats, we deal with them. The antisocial behaviour gets dealt with. So we sort things out. Roker Park's got 2 full-time employees down there. How many does Councillor McKeith want? He's got 2 already. The other thing is the North Area Committee have paid for an extra enforcement officer in the north. That's to complement the enforcement officers we've already got. And we're spending over £100,000 or more CCTV cameras. But I'd love to be in at their budget meeting, and please try and remember, is they've took hundreds of millions off us, and God knows how many millions from the police. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Pam Mann.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We would like to support the substantive motion here and against the amendment. I must say that having a large park in my particular ward, which is King George's, prior to Christmas, we had a really, really bad and huge increase in antisocial behaviour. It probably results from boredom and now you see it, now you don't lockdowns. But we did have some really serious problems that were dealt with by the police and the fire services, and we were talking about groups of up to and over 100 at the time. This was causing real distress for local residents, dog walkers, exercisers. Of course, our parks are really important at this time as a refuge really, in order for our residents to get out and about and to take some exercise. So to have somewhere nice to go to across our city and local is very, very important. This is been highlighted in Let's Talk, which I completely agree with, and I've been privy to a few meetings with residents that have been very successful to hear their thoughts, and also have been involved in packed meetings with which are multi-agency, and the police who are working very, very hard. In that particular park, we are getting input from the West Area Committee, which is much, much appreciated for the parks. And we did, at the time of this antisocial behaviour, have a key holder or gate warden that was coming to, unlock the gates in the morning and close them in the evening to discourage, or the other way around, I beg your pardon, to discourage large gatherings. Because, getting them in, then you get the police and you get that starburst effect, which actually pushes them onto somewhere else. But it worked, so if it's not a warden in every park, which of course would be a big expense, maybe gate wardens, somebody that could, lock the gates at night to discourage this behaviour, and then it would save an awful lot in emergency services costs and the lighting of fires. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Deputy Leader, you reserve the right to speak.
Thank you there, Mr. Mayor. Looking at the bullet points in the motion and the issues from residents, I don't think we'd really argue that, you know, parts of our city, these are issues, and not necessarily all of these issues in every single ward, but across the city there is an argument that yes, indeed, those are issues that need to be addressed. The problem we've got is, and I've just mentioned it, is that the north area of Sunderland and the priorities on how to deal with these issues might be very different to how, for example, the East Area Committee and the residents there feel that they should deal with the issues concerned. And to suggest that somehow all of these bullet points can be all resolved by having park and cemetery wardens is a little bit naive. The only way you would actually resolve these problems with wardens as if wardens were based full-time, one per park, 24 hours a day, and that's just not feasible. So quite rightly, some area committees have looked at wardens, and good for them in relation to that might work for them. Other area committees, such as Councillor Wilson have mentioned, have looked at introducing more enforcement officers to take action, and also the introduction of CCTV to take action, in particular with regards to antisocial behaviour. So the amended motion clearly takes account of the fact that different areas of the city are going to have different solutions, and the residents will expect different solutions because they'll have different priorities. And the only way to confirm that is to consult with them, which is what we're proposing, and then for the findings of those to go to the relevant area committee, so the priorities, because it could be a different priorities from one area to another, will be taken account of in relation to how we deliver solutions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Leader. Councillor Green, you reserve the right to speak on the original motion. Do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Hello, yes, please, Mayor. I'm against the amendment, but I am for the first motion, I would like to say.
Right. Have you got anything else to add, or is that?
Well, would like to say that we don't think the wardens would totally solve all the problems, but we think it certainly would help with the situation, because obviously we do have so many problems in the park. With having a lot more people spending time in the park due to the restrictions, I've had lots of residents getting in touch with icy conditions, and I know we've had lots of old people fall over. If we had somebody there, wardens there, we could have had people put up bollards, or we could have had signage put up so that the people didn't fall over. I think it really would have made a big difference if we'd had that. So obviously it isn't going to totally solve the problem, but I think definitely it will help make a big difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Greener.
Thank you.
Councillor McKeith, you've got the right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick one, just to say that the Conservative group will be voting against the amendment, and we didn't say that the park wardens would solve the whole issue, but they're a step in the right direction. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, could we arrange a vote on the amendment, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if the officer could confirm when the vote's ready, please.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Peter Gibson has his hand up.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gibson, Peter Gibson.
I'm just putting my hand up to vote, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, right, thank you. Just checking, Councillor Gibson.
I'm early.
All right.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, vote 6 is available online now.
Okay, thank you very much. Could councillors please vote electronically?
Could members please stop using the electronic vote now, and could the officer provide the initial figures, please?
Mr. Mayor, there have been 22 votes for, 14 votes against, and no abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the remaining votes now then, please. So, Councillor Peter Gibson.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Wood.
Against the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
For.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Against, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Pat Smith.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Heron.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall. Councillor Marshall, could we have your vote, please?
Sorry, Elaine. Yes, for.
Thank you. Councillor Blackett.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Greener.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
For. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, could we have your vote, please?
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hodson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
Against, thank you, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Dorothy Truman.
Sorry, Elaine. For.
Thank you. Councillor Doris McKnight.
For Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
For the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
Against the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Denny Wilson.
For the amendment, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Scanlon.
For the amendment, Elaine.
Thank you. Councillor Ledbetter.
Against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe. I'm not sure if Councillor Howe's still in the meeting, actually. Are there any members who have been unable to give their vote? If so, could they indicate, please? There's nobody else, Mr. Mayor, so therefore that closes the vote, and if the officer could update the totals, please.
Mr. Mayor, there have been 37 votes for and 22 votes against, with no abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, the amendment is carried.
Okay. Could we have the new substantive motion up on the screen, please, so I can read it? Okay, thanks. Some councillors with public parks cemeteries in their wards have recently seen a rise in overall complaints from residents covering multiple unconnected issues, including but not limited to antisocial behaviour and noise complaints, rat infestations, damaged furniture and play equipment, overflowing bins and dog waste, drug dealing, and icy conditions. Next slide, please. Council notes that there is no single solution to these issues and therefore resolves to undertake a review of how we can support our cemeteries and public parks once it's safe to do so as part of the annual Let's Talk consultation exercise with local residents, and to refer the findings of this annual consultation with residents to area committees for prioritisation, ensuring local solutions within their communities. Is there any further amendments or comments? No. Council, do we agree the substantive motion, or is it necessary to put it to the vote?
Agree.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. We now move on to the last notice of motion, which is on the subject of anti-vaxxers. I will now call upon Councillor Mullen to read and move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the following motion. This council considers the anti-vaxxer movement to be a threat to public health. We recognise the excellent work that has gone into developing a vaccine for COVID-19 and for its swift rollout and delivery across the United Kingdom, adding our gratitude to the scientists and health professionals who have made this possible. We support the vaccine's continued rollout and resolve to reassure all Sunderland residents of the vaccine's safety, encourage residents to voluntarily take the opportunity to be vaccinated when called, and condemn the anti-vaxxer movement as dangerous and anti-intellectual.
That's it. Yep. Okay, Councillor Ledbetter, I understand you would like to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Mullen, do you wish to speak to the motion now, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll keep it very brief. You might recall, Mr. Mayor, it was January's meeting of full council last year when I gave a speech in which I outlined that Malcolm Bond had issued a press release which falsely claimed that I'd broken the law, and in which I argued against lies and disinformation. At risk of this becoming an annual event, I'm once more concerned to warn against false claims, this time coming from the anti-vaxxer movement. Firstly, I think it's necessary to say that the speed at which a successful and safe vaccine has been developed must be celebrated, and the scientists and health professionals who have been involved deserve our thanks, we welcome the fact that, as of today, 10% of the UK's population has now been vaccinated. Councillor Doyle and I, as loving grandchildren, have been transporting grandparents, our own I might add, across the city to get their jabs, and between us we have visited 4 of the city's 6 vaccination sites. All of them have been impressively well run with excellent care and organisation. If there was any doubt in my mind that the vaccine was unsafe, there is no way whatsoever I'd have taken my grandparents to be injected with it. But unfortunately, not everybody is of this mindset. The inspiration for this motion, Mr. Mayor, was a series of messages sent to members of my group and our candidates by people in our city and further afield who are intent on pushing anti-intellectual, pseudoscientific lies. These messages have included asking where individual councillors stand on taking the vaccine, trying to recruit people from our party to their smear campaign, calling our members brainwashed for promoting positive stories about the vaccine's rollout, and alleging that Boris Johnson, along with Joe Biden, is part of a great global reset. Shortly after I publicly supported the Echo's jab campaign, I was threatened with violence by a member of the public for doing so. Elsewhere, the anti-vaxxers claim that the pandemic is an attempt to assert mass control on the population and that the vaccine apparently contains a microchip designed to track their every move, something which they don't seem to have considered would surely be more easily achieved via the smartphone that they've used to spread their lies. And this evening, the BBC is reporting that a bomb disposal unit has been called to investigate a bomb threat to the AstraZeneca site. It's not clear to me why the COVID-19 vaccine has been singled out for this kind of treatment in a world that has so obviously benefited from modern medicine. We don't see these kind of smear campaigns being aimed at Pfizer's other products, such as Viagra. Clearly, the conspiracy theorists trust Big Pharma to raise the dead, but not to safeguard the living. Now, whilst this motion is similar to Labour's first motion, we were asked to withdraw it, but it was a little bit too late when that request came through because we wouldn't have had a chance to speak. But I think it's worth repeating this message. And I'd like to finish my speech by quoting Simon Eyre, who is, yes, our candidate for Hendon, but much more importantly, a nurse practitioner who is currently delivering the COVID-19 vaccine in the city. The day after I had the vaccine, I felt slightly lethargic, but apart from that, I was absolutely fine. I couldn't wait to be vaccinated and look forward to my second dose. Vaccinations are how we have beaten many diseases in the past, and it's through the vaccine that we will beat COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mullen. Does anyone wish to speak on the motion, please? Is there anybody?
No. Oh,
no?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Mann and Councillor Stewart.
Okay, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support this motion. I condemn the anti-vax movement as being dangerous, and I fully support the vaccination programme and the rollout of it within our city. I was fortunate that my mother-in-law was one of the first called to receive the first rollout of the Pfizer vaccine at Grindon Primary Care Centre before Christmas, and was on the list just before the cut-off point, literally 2 days, to receive her second dose. My mother-in-law is 89 years old. She suffered no side effects whatsoever and feels comforted in the fact that she has received that vaccine. I also will receive the vaccine and am quite proud to say so. I will also endorse, as I would have said previously in an amendment, that we do encourage residents to voluntarily take the vaccine and take that opportunity when called. We do not agree with misinformation, and we do not agree with danger and terrorism threats by anti-vaxxers. I fully support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Councillor Stewart, Deputy Leader.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and again, just really to say that the members of the Labour Group are also supportive of this motion, Mr. Mayor. Just to make a couple of points in that we feel it complements the motion, the first motion tonight, in relation to elected members taking an important lead within their communities with regards to discouraging and combating the anti-vaxxer movement. And I found the comments of Councillor Mann quite positive in relation to the points she made. I just wish that perhaps, considering her earlier comments, that she might want to make them to some of her colleagues within her own group, which clearly are not following her lead. And I'd leave it at that. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Ledbetter, you did reserve the right to speak on the motion. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, we are now living in unprecedented times. There is, however, hope. Thanks to our brilliant scientists, we are leading the world with our vaccination programme. Unfortunately, we have always had the doubters and the anti-vaxxers who, through misinformation, encourages the general public to doubt the efficacy of any vaccine. In 1998, one such person was Dr. Andrew Wakefield, who incorrectly linked the MMR vaccine to autism. Many studies have since proven his research to be false. However, this led to a decrease in the uptake of the vaccine from 95% to around 80% in the early 2000s, which led to an outbreak of the measles, mumps and rubella. We are now seeing similar negative reporting from individuals active beyond their own expertise. Such negative reporting tarnishes the marvellous work of our scientific community. As with MMR, false reporting will undoubtedly lead to fewer people accepting the vaccine, which in turn will lead to the higher infections and further deaths. As stated by the NHS, scientists and the government, the vaccine approved for use in the UK meets a strict high standard of safety, quality and effectiveness set out by the Independence and Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency. We as a council should be promoting this very fact that all vaccines approved in the UK have been clinically trialled and meet the very high standard of safety required by our own health agencies. At present, over 6 million people in the UK have been vaccinated, and there are few reports of serious side effects and no longer-term complications have yet been reported. I myself will have the vaccine this coming Friday at Bunny Hill, and I'm proud to say that my son is one of the NHS frontline key workers. I encourage all members of the council to speak positively of the vaccine and the research behind it. On these grounds, Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ledbetter. Councillor Mullen, you have the right of reply.
Don't think I need to, Mr. Mayor, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, do we agree the motion, or is it necessary to put it to a vote?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you, everybody. That's
Shirley.
That's the end of the notices on motion. The next item's reports, which includes a report on the leader on special urgency decisions and a report of appointments to committees and outside bodies, and a supplementary report on this has also been circulated. We'll take these in turn, starting with the leader's report on special urgency decisions. Leader, would you please move the report?
I so move the report, Mr. Mayor, and there's been no such instances since the last report.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Second the report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Does Council agree to receive this report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. The final report on the agenda is appointments to committees on and outside bodies. Leader, would you please move the report on the supplementary report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I so move the report and the supplementary report that refers to it.
Okay. Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
I second the report, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right to speak.
Leader, would you like to speak to the report?
The appointments changes have been fully laid out, Mr. Mayor, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. If any member wishes to speak on the report, please indicate and state whether you have an amendment, a comment or a question.
Councillor Doyle. Councillor Hodson. Mr. Mayor, could I ask Councillor Doyle, is it an amendment, comment or a question that you have?
Thank you, Elaine. It's a comment on the supplementary report.
Thank you. And Councillor Hodson, an amendment, comment or question, please.
Thank you, Elaine. I have a question on item 4 and a question on item 2, and I may wish to move an amendment on item 2 depending on the response given. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Doyle, do you wish to make your comment, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to welcome, on behalf of myself and Councillor Michael Dixon, the proposed appointment of Councillor Butler to the chair of the Planning and Highways East Committee. And it's quite a shame, actually, that Councillor Butler is not here himself at this meeting tonight to receive my wholehearted congratulations. Councillor Butler stood in at very short notice to chair the last meeting of the committee, which incidentally lasted something like 7 hours, and he handled the committee's business, I think, brilliantly, was very fair and decisive. He has also overturned the frankly ridiculous decision to hold the committee meetings at 2 p.m. on a Friday, and that decision is fantastic news for working councillors like myself. So really, it's just a huge congratulations to Councillor Butler, and I'd like to commend his proposed appointment to the chair of the committee to the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Hodson, your 2 questions.
Yes, thank you, Mayor of Sunderland. Firstly, just as a point of clarification, if it has been explained, I'm sorry, but it says in item 4 that the vacancy on the waste management partnership is to be kept as a vacancy for the time being. Just if the leader could explain what the reason for that is. I also echo on item 2 the words of James Doyle. Michael Butler has been taken an extremely collegiate approach to fulfilling the role of chair. The point I wish to make on item 2, however, is that for the second time in a year, change has been made to a senior position in the council by the majority group, and it has been communicated to the press before being communicated to officers and council members. At that planning meeting, the 7-hour planning meeting that James Doyle mentions, at the very same time, the Echo published a report which said that the chair of the planning committee had resigned. Now, even as late as early as this year, the chief executive was not aware of that being made the case. So the change had been made to the Echo and not to the council, which is the second time that's happened. This also happened with the deputy leadership. It's not really acceptable or fair to the council. The promotion of Michael Butler to the chair of the committee means, of course, that there's a vacancy for the vice chair. And the point I wish to make is that back when the appointment of Michael Essel was made as an emergency measure by the chief executive, the opposition group suggested that Michael Dixon might be an appropriate vice chair for the committee. I think that still remains the case, and I'd like to propose, if it hasn't already been settled, that that we return to that suggestion and install an experienced member of the committee as vice chair alongside Michael Butler. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. Thanks for your patience there.
Okay, thank you. I will at this point, Deputy Leader, do you wish to speak?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't quite sure if there were questions to the leader or just general comments, but I'm quite sure that the leader will respond in any case. I think, like everybody, I will congratulate the new chair in relation to planning, Councillor Butler. and agree with the comments made with regards to how well he's performed in his first meeting in that role at rather short notice. In relation to the vacancies, I think we've had comments already in this meeting about the reality is the public put the trust in the Labour Party and the Labour group, and it will be up to the Labour group who determines who that vice chair is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Leader. Leader, do you wish to exercise your right to reply, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I probably have to. I'd like to thank Councillor Doyle for his fulsome praise of Councillor Butler, who I had no doubt would step up from being the vice chair into the chair role, and I'm sure will do an excellent job. If you're unaware, Councillor Butler is away on deployment at the moment, and we won't see him for about a month. And when he's back, I'm sure he'll get straight back into that planning east role with vigour. Same comment goes to Councillor Hodson regarding his kind words about that. The vice chair role I'm looking at the moment, there are several experienced councillors on Planning East, a couple of whom have been chairs of planning in the past. So I will look at that, Councillor Hodson. And the day you share your press with me before putting it in the Echo, I'll consider sharing my press with you. Is that a fair comment? Sometimes communications to the media happens, Councillor Hodson, you must be aware of that. It's not deliberate, it's not intended to slight council, because if I waited until council got things done, or any cabinet member, we would get nothing said. So it's just sometimes the way that the flow of things happen, I'm afraid. It's not deliberate, it's not done to irritate or upset, it just is the way that these things have to happen at times, because funnily enough the press ask questions and you have to give them an answer. So thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Quick point of order there, Mayor Son. And just firstly, the if you'll bear with me, on item 4, could the Mayor please clarify just why that vacancy is being kept on the Waste Management Partnership? And just to, I have to answer his point there. It is not a matter for him to decide committee placements. It's a matter for council. That's why we have reports like this, and they should be made properly to full council and not made by himself to the press. It's not a matter of a press release.
It wasn't that, Mr. Mayor. This was the vice chair stepping up into the chair role, which was entirely appropriate. And Councillor Butler hasn't formally become the chair of Planning East until now, when you've just approved it.
I said the resignation of Michael Essel.
Let me finish, please. He's been acting in an interim role during that whole period, because we've had to wait to get to full council, to get the paperwork done and to get it approved, which has finally happened tonight. But Michael was the vice chair acting up to be the chair, and that is entirely appropriate.
Okay, can we now agree the report?
Item 4, please, Mayor.
Item 4, I will have a replacement from the majority group for the March meeting, Councillor Hodson. I just could not put a name to it for tonight.
Thanks.
Okay, can we now agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, that concludes the meeting. I'd like to thank everybody for the attendance and the patience tonight, and the behaviour was a lot better, apart from a couple of small glitches. So thank you very much, and everyone have a safe journey home.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Mayor.
Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good night,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Mayor.